YouTube. I am Shaggy. I am Philalitea, and I am doing administrative stuff. What up? I am Shaggy. I am Philalitea. And I'm going to end up reading some more of the Constellation of Philosophy here very soon. My regulars, my audience, know that I read when I'm in emotional turmoil. And in 4 days, I will have been homeless for 365 days. I'm going to need cigarettes soon. And when I have a few of you together, I owe a thank you to one of you. I'm not sure who you are by username that I owe a thank you to, but $50 if hit my account, my PayPal and CashApp from one of you, and you haven't gotten a proper public thank you because I didn't know they were happening. I didn't know the donation happened while I was live because I'm making an effort to fiddle with my notifications and look at my drop down less. I have a real bad habit of looking at that too much, obsessively looking at it every few seconds. And your name does not match your username. And I'm trying not to out people who are hiding their real names. So there is I think it's an MLM out there that I owe a thank you to. They've bought me lunch twice this week. So some of the books I was able to buy were thanks to them. And then Rach bought the Constellation of Philosophy. So here we are. I feel like I don't like the angle my phone is at, and I don't know what I hear there. Is that better? No. How about now? I'm going to spin you around. Whee! Tighten this bolt right here. Hey, Christy. I'm good. I'm going to be reading from the Constellation of Philosophy by Boethius some more. We're going to read some more of the introduction, and we'll end up getting into the meat of the book itself. Hello, Tabak. How are you? I'm glad to hear that you like my stuff, Christy. Thank you. But right now, I'm just relaxing. I've had lunch. Well, I had the French fries for my lunch. I packed up my sandwich to go. I watched a little bit of Rich Eisen. I watched some other people talk football for a while. I'm trying not to have these passersby behind me, but I'm also trying to sit in the shade. So I'm trying to use my body to block them, and I'm not doing a great job. Good morning, KJ. I'm going to go back to reading. I'm going to read more of the Constellation of Philosophy by Boethius. I was reading that this morning. I was reading the introduction this morning. So we're going to finish the introduction. There's another YouTuber. I'm sure there are lots of YouTubers who do what I do, but you don't like his approach? How do you define what I do, Christy? I'm always interested to hear how other people see what I do. It's going great. Ice, how are you? I see you, sort of. How many fucking times is this lady gonna pull into and out of this parking lot? Oh, they're two different cars. That explains a lot. Glad to hear your thanks, Atabak. I need music. Highly annoyed that some of these songs that play on this radio actually affect your ability to go back and watch these shows. One of my live streams was banned from the music playing over my head. I could probably appeal it. For sure, Christy. This is what I'm doing. I tell you. What are you doing? Hello, Saho. She's like a cat in the dark, and then she is the darkness. Taken by the wind. Yeah, KJ, that's called leisure. School. Scaleo. So when I can't get it, I can't articulate it. I can't get it to happen. But in Greek, that's called scaleo. That's what the academy was. It's not that it's difficult to articulate. It's that the example I was trying to use is from the introduction to Boethius'. It's the introduction from this book I'm reading. So if we don't know specifically the quote or the passage I was talking about, it's just too long. It's too long. The scholastics are called scholastics. Scholasticism is called scholasticism because of this. Yeah, I understand, KJ. I understand. It's supposed to be my job, and then the frustration with the ineffable gets me, and I say it's just too difficult. It's too difficult to try to articulate with all of you watching me. Honesty, Christy. Yeah, philaletheia means lover of the truth. And then how would you define what that other guy does that you don't like about it or that you find awful? I know it's hard to describe and that you're going to feel like you're going to offend me. But I'm asking the question. I'm more likely to get angry at him than at you. But you guys feel responsible for my emotional responses. Stick around, Saho. Hey, Sarat, how are you? Love the trumpet in this. Uh-huh, he likes it. Uh-huh. The song's about doing it. Oh, that's the way. He likes it. That's the way. He likes it. Uh-huh. Great to hear, Surat. That's the way, he likes it, That's the way, he likes it, That's the way, he likes it, That's the way, he likes it. I love this quote on the back of the book. Why else does slippery fortune change so much, and punishment, more fit for crime, oppress the innocent? He likes it. That's the way, he likes it. All right, so we return to the introduction to The Consolation of Philosophy by Boethius. Our editor, and this portion of the book is brought to us by Victor Watts. And Victor Watts continues, it must be remembered that since the beginning of the 4th century, the 300s, the Roman Empire had been provided with an eastern capital at Constantinople, and that since the end of that century it had been governed by the joint rule of a western and an eastern emperor. In 476, the barbarian Odoacer deposed the last emperor of the West and sent the imperial insignia to Constantinople, and barbarian eyes only a Roman could assume the purple, and Odoacer seems to have been content to preserve the imperial administration in Rome and recognize the Eastern Zeno as sole emperor, in return for the title Patricius. That's where we ended. I need to turn this headphone off because it's going to bother me. Thus, a loose modus vivendi was established between the barbarians and the emperor. In practice, Odoacer was an autonomous king, but in theory, and in Roman eyes, he was regarded as a kind of viceroy, a servant of the emperor at Constantinople in a single unified empire. This system was preserved by Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths, when he succeeded Odoacer in 493. To the emperor Anastasius, he wrote, our royalty is an imitation of yours, a copy of the only empire on earth. End quote. A great military leader of a barbaric people, yet educated in the sophisticated circles of the court at Constantinople, Theodoric had all the qualities to impose a firm and peaceful rule upon Italy. Both king of the barbarians and viceroy of the emperor, he succeeded in establishing the peaceful coexistence of Roman and Goth. The administration was carried on by the Roman civil service, but it was directed by Theodoric's strong and vigorous guidance. Hey, Gina. To his service, he was able to attract Romans of the caliber of Liberius, Cassiodorus, and Boetius. Industry prospered, peace reigned, buildings and aqueducts were restored and rebuilt, and the success of Theodoric's rule at home was mirrored by his increasing prestige abroad. In matters of religion, Theodoric was a Christian, but an Arian, a member like all the Goths, of that heretical sect which believed that the Father and the Son were not one substance. This heresy had split the church, and yet Theodoric found no difficulty in ruling in the city of the Pope and the capital of orthodoxy. He firmly supported complete freedom of worship for all, except pagans, and remained on friendly terms with their Orthodox clergy, on one occasion even being invited to arbitrate in a disputed papal election. For the moment, the seeds of future suspicion and hostility were dormant. Boethius's decision to serve as Theodoric's minister involved him, as we have seen, in considerable self-sacrifice. Like Symmachus, himself a scholar with a thorough command of Greek, a writer of history, and a brilliant speaker, a man who, though he had served the barbarian overlords, preserved a certain aloofness and reserve toward them. Boethius, too, would have preferred a life of study among his books. His decision to enter real politics was dictated by a sense of duty rather than a desire for fame. From his own words, we learn that the Platonic ideal of the state, governed by philosophers, was his inspiration, and the lessons of philosophy his guide in the exercise of his offices. Given such principles of conduct and such disinterested moral rectitude, and given the animosities, the suspicions and deceits, the intrigue and self-aggrandizement encountered in political life, it was impossible that Boethius should not make enemies. At first, he was successful in opposing Gothic rapaciousness and enjoyed Theodoric's support. But these external circumstances were to change. In 484, there had been a doctrinal breach between East and West, known, because of the Pope's condemnation of the Byzantine Patriarch Acacius, as the Acacian Schism. Insofar as it strengthened his independence of the East, the hostility of the Pope and Italian clergy to Constantinople was not unwelcome to Theodoric, but to those who held the unity of the empire dear, and this seems to have included the circle around Symmachus to which Boethius and many of the senators belonged, and which continuously looked to the East, the breach was deplorable. It is not unlikely that, although as far as can be seen, Boethius remained aloof from the battles of ecclesiastical controversy, his theological tractates were meant in some sort as a modest contribution toward solving the dispute. The breach, in fact, was officially healed in 519, although the controversy did not end at once. Boethius sided with the East, and the honor done to him in 522 was perhaps originally proposed by the emperor at the bidding of a kinswoman of Boethius, resident in Constantinople. Hi, Rach. You changed your PFP again. The end of the schism and its aftermath had political as well as theological implications. Not only had the Senate been openly appealed to, but the rapprochement between East and West threatened Theodoric's position. In Roman eyes, their true lord was once again the Orthodox emperor, while Theodoric remained an invader and a heretic. The combination of circumstances led inevitably to Boethius' downfall. He was a man of principle, not a politician, and his sympathies were firmly on the side of the empire and its culture, rather than with the Gothicizing circle of Cyprian. In the jungle of court corruption, the time was ripe for his enemy to play upon the already aroused suspicions of the king, who had been further incensed by the renewed persecution of Arians in the East. Letters to Constantinople were intercepted in which a senator named Albinus appears to have expressed himself indiscreetly in some way, perhaps in connection with the recent election of the pro-Eastern Pope John I. And when Boethius tried to dismiss the matter, evidence, whether false as Boethius claims or not, we do not know, was produced to implicate him with the added, perhaps rather desperate, charge of sorcery. Was he not the man who had striven against the Goths, Conagast and Triguilla, and himself written against the Arian heresy? This is footnoted with Boethius' opinions of his accusers is not, of course, without bias. The picture we got of Cyprian from Cassiodorus is of a gifted and impartial young lawyer, and Opilio, too, is warmly commended. See the letters, Hopkin, page 289, FF, and 361, FF. I don't know exactly what the FF means. Moving on, if I can find where we were. Letters to Constantinople were intercepted, in which a senator named Albinus appears to have expressed himself indiscreetly in some way. I went too far back. Maybe not. Sorry. I meant to read 23. Whoops. Within a short while, he was arrested, condemned, that is, Boethius, condemned and sent into exile to await execution. The Senate, overawed by an aging, disillusioned, and suspicious Theodoric, confirmed the sentence, and after being cruelly tortured, Boethius was bludgeoned to death at Pavia, the place of his exile. The truth of his case will never be known. Boethius's allegiance to the Roman imperial idea may have seemed consistent to him with his service of the Gothic king, but seen through barbarian eyes, it could understandably be viewed as treason. At any rate, Theodoric's revenge extended after Boethius's death to include Symmachus and the Pope as well, and before he died old and embittered in 526, his whole policy of peaceful coexistence lay in ruins. Along with it, the Roman aristocracy, the proud and ancient offices of state, and the whole study of philosophy virtually disappeared, until the latter was rediscovered long after the attack of Justinian and the invasion of the Lombards by the 9th century Carolingian Renaissance. On 15 December 1883, the Sacred Congregation of Rites in Rome, in concert with the Bishop of Pavia, approved the local cult of St. Severinus Boethius. This cult is as old at least as the 9th, though not popular until the 13th century, when Dante knew of Boethius' resting place in the church of San Pietro in Cielo d'Oro in Pavia. Peter Abelard in the Middle Ages may have been right to venerate Boethius along with Symmachus and Pope John as orthodox martyrs of Arianism, but the modern view tends to regard this as too great an oversimplification. Part 3 of the introduction. Between his condemnation and his execution, there was a period of delay during which Boethius was imprisoned at Pavia. The conditions of this imprisonment we do not know, but he had sufficient freedom to meditate on and write the Consolation. Some have thought that he must have had access to his books and the writing, but the many casual references, recollections, and quotations scattered throughout the work, not only from philosophers, but also from the great literary figures like Catullus, Claudian, Euripides, Homer, Juvenal, Lucan, Menander, Ovid, Seneca, especially his tragedies, Sophocles, Statius, and Virgil, are scarcely matters for wonder in a man whose youth was devoted to avid reading, and in an age when the memory was commonly keener and more retentive than in our own. Read my blogs and tell me that my writing style isn't the same. Please do, actually. We must then, in the absence of firm evidence to the contrary, believe Boethius that he wrote in prison, alone, under the shadow of eventual execution, unaided except by the power of his own memory and genius. And form the Consolation belongs to the ancient genre of the Consolatio, a branch of the diatribe, which in pagan Greece and Rome was especially the province of philosophy. It was cultivated by all the schools of philosophy, and by the time of Seneca, the science of Consolatio had become, in the words of J. Martha, quote, a kind of moral medication. It was only necessary to open the drawer corresponding to the illness in question in order to find at once the remedies most appropriate for a cure, end quote. This is the source of the extended medical metaphor used by philosophy, and of the diagnosis of the true nature of Boethius' sickness in Book 1. Plato talks about this in the Phaedrus, which I read for you guys. It is the source, too, of the examination of fortune, of the use of historical examples, and of the popular eclectic philosophy of commonplace Salakia, which underlies a good deal of Book 2, and which includes the memorable passage of prose which demonstrates, after the manner of Cicero in the Dream of Scipio, how trivial and provincial early fame and glory are. Fortune was also written about extensively by St. Augustine, whom we know he's in dialogue with because our translators already told us in this introduction. You take care, Greenie. But the Consolation is a skilled fusion of more than one genre. In part, it approximates to the monologue, and in part, it imitates the dialectic of the Platonic dialogue. The whole, in fact, is cast in the form of a particular type of dialogue, the sacred dialogue, in which the author describes how some divine spirit or power at first unknown to him appears and reveals to him some portion of hidden wisdom, as, for instance, in the second book of Esdras in the Apocrypha, chapter 3, ff. The combination of apocalyptic dialogue and Menippean satire, a form of composition Greek in origin and later Latinized, in which sections of prose alternate with verse, was already in existence before Boethius wrote. The most famous example was Martianus Capella's extraordinary marriage of philology and Mercury. The knowledge of this book may not have offered Boethius much help, but it may have been the inspiration for his choice of the literary form which he raised to greater heights than had ever before achieved. In the Consolation, then, there is a skillful combination of varied literary forms, and a similar or greater exhibition of literary skill is displayed in the 39 poems which intersperse and enliven the discourse. Their presence is integral and their purpose varied. They act as a relief from the concentration of the argument while the patient is still weak. But as he grows stronger and the argument more complex, their occurrence is less frequent. It is not by accident that the Consolation begins with verse and ends with prose. Sometimes they are used to summarize or even advance the discussion, and sometimes their function is not unlike that of the chorus in a Greek tragedy, offering a gnomic content, gnomic here being, moving on, Gnomic, and lending distance and perspective to the intense and personal progress of the dialogue. Hello, Naked. There have been varying opinions of their poetic merit. A 9th century writer thought that Boethius was the equal of Cicero in his prose and of Virgil in his poetry, and the great Scaliger considered the poetry divine. This is footnoted Barrett, but the 9th century judgment is perhaps no more a sober assessment than the conventional panegyric outdoing. Heard that. On the other hand, Hermann Usner saw in the metrical interludes the voice of a child of the 6th century compared with the maturity of the proses, and to W.P. Kerr the verse of the Consolation is that of a prosodist, somewhat too deliberate in the choice and combination of meters, not always quite successful. It may be, though. It may be thought. Granted that some of the poems are clever without being distinguished, not a few rise to greater heights. 1:5 was already set to music by the 9th century. 2:7 contains the famous reference to the bones of Fabricius. Books 3 and 4 contain a number of good poems, including the fine retelling of the story of Orpheus and Eurydice. And no one can fail to be moved by the majestic and magistral poetry of the ninth poem of Book 3. This was so famous in the Middle Ages for the reasons given in the note on page 67 that it had its own special commentaries written by Bruno of Corvey and Adelbold of Utrecht. In his prose style, too, Boethius is considerably superior in his simplicity and restraint to the usual elaboration and diffuseness of the prose writers of the time. Brevity is the soul of wit. In one of his commentaries on Porphyry, Boethius wrote, quote, "This love of wisdom, or philosophy, is the illumination of the intelligent mind by that pure wisdom, defined as the self-sufficient living mind and sole primeval reason of all things, and is a kind of return and recall to it, so that it seems at once the pursuit of wisdom, the pursuit of divinity, and the friendship of that pure mind, so that this wisdom gives to the whole class of minds the reward of its own divinity and returns it to its proper constitution and purity of nature." End quote. Thank you. Gnomic equals marked by aphorisms, aphoristic. I don't actually know that word. I said I don't know that word. Naked. Yeah, just moving on from that. Thank you. It means idiomatic. Herein lies the philosophical basis of the Consolation. Philosophy descends to Boethius from on high, 1:3, and leads him back through various paths to God himself. Her varying height in 1:1 is symbolic. Sometimes she is of average height, offering the practical philosophy of Book 2. Sometimes she pierces the sky, leading back to God from whom she came. The scene is undoubtedly Platonic. The turning of the gaze from what is false to what is true, 3:1, and the realization that God is the supreme good, 3:10, is based on the ascent of the soul in the famous allegory of the cave in the 7th book of the Republic. The ascent, or education, of the soul is like the ascent of a man from a dark cave in which he had been chained since childhood, unable to see more than shadows on the wall. When he is freed, he is brought step by step up into the light until he is eventually able to see the sun itself, the idea of the good. But the ascent of the soul is not simply a process of education. It is also one of remembering. Philaletheia means love of remembering. And the Platonic basis of the consolation is seen again in the reference to this doctrine of anamnesis, or recollection in Poem 2 of Book 3. Here we find a Neoplatonic fusion of concepts not formally associated by Plato. The ascent of the soul is connected with the doctrine of recollection, and both are seen in terms of the turning in upon itself of the soul and its illumination by its own inward light. The notion of recollection underlies the whole of Book 3. Already in Chapter 6 of Book 1, Boethius' condition is diagnosed as due to the loss of the memory of his true nature. His mind dreams of true happiness, 3:1, but like other men, his memory is clouded, 3:2. There is a natural attraction of the soul to the good, but it is frequently deflected and frustrated along false byways. When, however, Boethius has been brought to the point at which he is ready to turn away from what is false to what is true, the recollection and the ascent, which is prayed for in the 9th poem of Book 3, seem almost to be accomplished by poetic uplift and anticipation in the sublime closing lines of the poem. By the end of the book, prose draws level with poetry again, and philosophy is shown the true nature of God, though not without a hint in the Orpheus allegory that Boethius may yet lapse into error. The Consolation of Philosophy was written in prison, and as E.K. Rand has observed, prison literature often takes the form of a theodicy, an attempt to assert primal providence and justify the ways of gods to men. That's a quote from a poem. We might compare, for instance, Sir Thomas More's Dialogue of Comfort Against Tribulation, also written in prison and under the threat of execution. So Boethius' bitter experiences led him into a reconsideration of the nature of happiness. The method he uses is that of Platonic dialect, the diction and conventions of which he carefully imitates, though the substance of the argument is drawn from a different source, perhaps from St. Augustine. To the modern reader, this use of dialectic will probably seem the least successful part of the Consolation. This is because it tends to treat words as if they had an unchanging value, like the symbols of algebra or logic. For this reason, the argument at the end of Book 3 that, quote, evil is nothing, end quote, on the grounds that, quote, God, who can do all things, cannot do evil, end quote, and that, quote, what God cannot do is nothing, end quote, and the further conclusion that evil men are powerless, will fail to convince. It contains, however, the seeds of further discussion in Book 4. This book is what Kampenhausen calls, quote, a detailed theodicy developed in the Platonic spirit, end quote. The first part, concerning the strength of the good and weakness of the bad and their rewards and punishment, including the idea that criminals should be treated as sick men, is based on Plato's Gorgias. The second part, in answer to Boethius' hesitations concerning the nature of God's control of the universe, involves philosophy and a fresh beginning. Thus, Chapter 6 marks the end of Socratic dialogue and rhetorical embellishment, the end of Boethius' dependence on Plato, and the advance to a higher plane of argument, viz., the exposition of the two aspects of history as providence, the simple, unchanging plan in the mind of God, and fate, the ever-changing distribution in and through time of all the events God has planned in his simplicity. Boethius appears to have combined two ideas, the idea of immutable fate governing and revolving all things, which he read of in the treatise on Providence and Fate by the 5th century 400s Neoplatonist Proclus, and the idea already touched on at the end of Book 3, Chapter 12 of God as the, quote, still point of the turning world, end quote, an idea he found in the philosophy of Plotinus. The union of the two ideas is perfect. The more the soul frees itself from corporeal things, and thus, according to both Proclus and Plotinus, from fate, the closer it approaches the stability and simplicity of the place of rest at the center, which, according to Plotinus, is God, the hinge of things, or providence, the source of freedom and consolation for Boethius. This is a brilliant example of what H.R. Patch calls Boethius's, quote, inspired eclecticism, end quote, the skill with which he blends received material from various sources to form a new and harmonious whole. The poem which follows celebrates in verse the truth which has just been proclaimed. God's benevolent government of the universe, for the question of the presence of evil in the world has its solution in the vision of divine peace. This theme occurs in a number of poems, which deal with the problem of how the universe is constituted and offer a generally Platonic answer. First, in Book 1, Poem 5, Boethius praises God's government of the universe, but asks why it is withheld from human affairs and why men are subject to the whims of fortune. He concludes that a prayer which seems to echo the "Thy will be done in earth as in heaven" of the Lord's Prayer. Then, in the last poem of Book 2, Philosophy sings of the power of love in the natural world, preserving peace and keeping chaos at bay. She answers Boethius by specifically saying that God's government does not include human affairs. Love makes peace between nations, blesses marriage, and cements friendship. But she also implies that man can rebel against this love and alienate himself from the scheme of things. It was in this way that Boethius lost his way, by means of a perverse love. But there is a hint of a promise that by love, he will be brought back again to his true home. Book 3, Poem 9, continues the theme of God's government and control of the universe, which now finds its fullest treatment here in Book 4, Poem 6. Imagine that, a man who knows he's going to be murdered calls the murder love, calls it an act of love. You don't know love. You don't know what it means if you don't think it means to murder as well. Book 3, Poem 9, continues the theme of God's government and control of the universe, which now finds its fullest treatment here in Book 4, Poem 6. The poem begins, like the first two of the group, with the description of the eternal peace of the heavens brought about by love. Echoing Book 3, Poem 9, and the Timaeus of Plato, philosophy moves on to the concord of the elements of the seasons and of birth and death, which includes mankind and associates human affairs with the cosmic power of love. This leads her on to the author of this love, who stabilizes the universe by means of the triple movements of the Neoplatonist, away from God, turning and coming back to him. In his emphasis on peace and on love, Boethius's commentators have seen a turning away from purely philosophical expression to something more akin to the writing of Christian authors like Pseudo-Dionysius and St. Augustine. Quote, "These poems have a temper and coloring that harmonizes with the Christianity of their author," end quote. Whether this is so, or whether this is only the philosophical expression of an idea which goes back to the love of Empedocles, these meters were certainly influential in later times. Here are seeds of the thought of Dante, e.g. Beatrice's speech at the end of Paradise 1, and the source of Chaucer's noble philosophy of love in Tuallus and Cressida, e.g. 1017, I don't know what that means. The final poem of Book 4 is a hymn of encouragement. The heroes Agamemnon, Odysseus, and Heracles are celebrated as examples of achievement and as incentives on the final stage in the ascent to divinity. The discussion of fate and providence leads automatically into the 5th book. In the first chapter, in answer to Boethius's inquiry, the rule of the chain of causes is asserted, and the existence of chance denied. The doctrine of fate and providence and of auxiliary causes stems from Plato, but here it is the Aristotelian development of the analysis of contingency into absolute and incidental cause, and an Aristotelian example which philosophy uses. In the second chapter, freedom is asserted in terms of the Platonic tradition. The more one shares in the divine, the more one achieves freedom. But the assertion that the choice of the individual soul is already known to Providence raises a further difficulty for Boethius. The apparent incompatibility... Sorry about that. My phone died. My phone died. Sorry about that. Nah, my phone just died. Thank you for that. Yeah, my phone died. Give me just a second to let the battery get back. And I'll start back at the top of the page. Yeah, my phone died. It's all good. Everything's good. The show will continue. Phone just died. Give me just a second. I gotta rehydrate. I was gonna take a break there, right there at that spot anyway. I was literally looking up to take a break. to engage with you guys, to say hello to anybody that I missed while I was reading. This isn't a reading show. This is the fountain. Hang out, talk to me. I am in emotional turmoil, and I am celebrating a year of homelessness, and my way, and my way is to look back at the heroes, look back at the culture heroes that set the precedent that I followed, and Boethius is one of them. I read Boethius for the first time, not to seek consolation in philosophy. I had already come to the conclusion that philosophy had lost its head up its own ass the second Aristotle was born, to philosophy, that is. The second that the Aristotle that we know of was a teacher. I've been of the opinion that philosophy has its head up its own ass for that long. So I don't read philosophy for fun. Like, I think it was Sohail, one of the people in the chat, talked about how they read history, they like history, but they don't read philosophy. And it's like, history is one of the philosophies. History is one of the branches of philosophy. So if you study history, you study a branch of philosophy. Just don't know what you're saying. And that's how philosophy has been able to exist with its head up its own ass. Philosophy is what we know. Philosophy is what we know. Studying it, learning it, participating in what we know is philosophy. You're doing it. What you mean to say is that you don't take an interest in other people's idiosyncratic philosophies. But like, geology is a natural philosophy. Philosophy is just the love of what we know. Wisdom is what we know because it's what our dead grandparents' knew. It's what we've known since before we were meaningfully Homo sapien. And thinking is anything else is because it's a religion. So if your religion rejects philosophy, it rejects what we know. So everything else about it has to be wrong. Because if it rejects what we know is right, then it has to be wrong. It's the right and wrong are a binary, folks. There is no gray area. There is no gray area between whether an atom is present or an atom is not present. There is no gray area. An atom is either present or an atom is not present. It is either good or it is not good. It doesn't work any other way. It just doesn't. That was good, but it was bad is bad. See what I'm saying? History especially is a philosophy, because if you're studying history as a science, you're studying what we know happened. That's why Jesus has no room in history. You're never going to go into a history class and learn for an entire semester about the historicity of Jesus. You can learn about it right now. It's a passage from what's his name? Josephus, where he says, and there was a whole man named Jesus. Done. There's your historicity. There's no gray area. Things either happened or they didn't happen. Things are either real or not real. And belief is setting yourself up to live in an irreality. Belief is the supposition that you already know enough to decide what's real and what's not. Boethius's solution is provided by the combination of two considerations. First, the argument that the quality of knowledge depends on the capacity of the knower to know, not on the capacity of the object to be known. And second, the comparison of God's capacity to know with man's. He doesn't talk anything here about belief. This leads to Boethius's classic definition of eternity at the beginning of the last chapter of all. Its ultimate source, once again, though transmuted through the words of Proclus, is in the Timaeus, and Plato's idea of time as a moving image of eternity. But Boethius's development is expressed with such lucidity and compactness that, like a number of his other definitions, it was accepted as authoritative by St. Thomas Aquinas and the medieval schoolmen. That's what I was hoping he would say it again. When I was talking earlier, and KJ was talking about, I asked Chrissy to describe what we're doing here, and KJ offered the example that we're gathering around like they used to do in ancient Greece and ancient Rome, and we're just having intelligent conversations among adults. That's called school. And so when he talks about here that Boethius's definitions of these philosophical concepts were so good, so compact, and were so lucid that they were accepted as authoritative by the medieval schoolmen, that means educated adults sitting around and talking. Those are what the schoolmen are. Just interesting people. Eternity is explained not in terms of quantity of life, but in terms of quality of life. In virtue of his complete, simultaneous, and perfect possession of everlasting life, God, in whom there is no past or future, but only timeless present, is eternal. While the world, which only attains an endless series of moments, each lost as soon as it is attained, is merely perpetual. Boethius is pressing at the limits of what language can do. This definition, the theory of knowledge and the Aristotelian theory of the two kinds of necessity, form the core of Boethius's explanation of the compatibility of God's infallible knowledge and man's freedom of will. God is like a spectator at a chariot race. He watches the actions the charioteers perform, but this does not cause them. Similarly, God's vision of events, which is eternal in the sense that God is eternal, means that he is a kind of spectator of all things simultaneously, past and future, in one timeless present, without causing them. God is thus able to have knowledge of that which, seen from the point of view of men in time, is of uncertain occurrence. Hey Eric, what's up? This solution, of course, is meant as an answer to a particular kind of objection, and Boethius cannot be held to blame for not answering the kind of difficulty which might be raised today. Few have grappled more honestly with the problems of good and evil, fate and free will, and if Boethius's answers are not entirely satisfactory, philosophy's own words may remind us that, quote, it is not allowed to man to comprehend in thought all the ways of the divine work, end quote. This is the traditional attitude of Christians since St. Paul to those mysterious paradoxes of its doctrine which seem beyond human explanation, and in his firm insistence on the two opposing principles of human freedom and divine omniscience, Boethius maintains a position perfectly in accord with Christian belief. By a stroke of calculated art, we are left at the end with philosophy's final exhortation, on a high plane, our gaze directed upwards, oblivious of the prison house. Chapter 4. The Christianity of Boethius. And so we return to a question already proposed. What is the quality of Boethius's Christianity? It would not be difficult to show that in spite of his dependence on doctrines borrowed from Stoicism, from Plato and Aristotle, and from Neoplatonism, there is little in the consolation that is openly contrary to the tenets of Christianity. That which there is, the doctrine of anamnesis, which presupposes the prior existence of the soul before birth, and the doctrine of the perpetuity of the world, and the implicit denial of creation ex nihilo in the Timaeus poem, is not of fundamental significance in the consolation. Indeed, there are important differences between Boethius and the Neoplatonism to which so much of his thought conforms. The deity of Plotinus was absolutely transcendent and ineffable. From it, through a hierarchy of powers such as mind, world soul, nature, etc., emanated the multiplicity of finite things. Plotinus's Neoplatonic successors actually increased the intermediary beings between God and corporeal objects in order to emphasize the transcendence of the supreme Godhead, until they had constructed an amazing metaphysical museum with all the entities and super-entities neatly labeled and arranged on their proper shelves. That's a quote from A.H. Armstrong, An Introduction to Ancient Philosophy. All this, however, is quite alien to Boethius. He talks not of a supreme essence, but of God, and he does not fill the gap between God and his world by any elaborate series of graded abstractions. A quote from Rand. Boethius's God is a personal God, a God to whom one can and should pray, as he reminds us in the closing words of the Consolation. It is tempting, therefore, to argue that the reason why there is no mention of Christ in Christianity and no explicit reference to the Bible in the Consolation is that Boethius was writing a philosophical consolation and not a theological one. Did you not read my title? C.S. Lewis suggests Boethius would say. I wrote philosophically, not religiously, because I had chosen the consolations of philosophy, not those of religion, as my subject. You might as well ask why a book on arithmetic does not use geometrical methods. It's true that an author would be expected to distinguish between disciplines and avoid introducing alien methods. Thus, when Boethius commends philosophy for the way in which she has presented her arguments, in her own words, they are arguments not sought from within, but within the bounds of the matter we have been discussing, he appears to be commending her for sticking to the methods of philosophy and not importing anything from revelation. Here, as in the rest of Boethius's work, we seem to meet a clear distinction between faith and reason. It seems strange, nevertheless, that writing in the presence of death, Boethius still prefers reason to faith and makes no mention of what must be the only fully meaningful consolation for a Christian, the incarnation of Christ and the doctrine of grace. This is footnoted with the attitude of Boethius we might contrast of Jean Gerson, 1363 to 1429, Chancellor of the University of Paris, who, in his On the Consolation of Theology, rejects the consolations of philosophy because theology is superior to philosophy as grace is to nature or mistress to handmaid. For St. Augustine, since man could accomplish nothing of himself, his absolute dependence on the grace of God was at the same time his freedom and happiness. But the Boethian doctrine of salvation, the ascent of the unaided individual by means of philosophical introspection and meditation to the knowledge of God, for all the closeness between Neoplatonic philosophy and post-Augustinian Christianity, is essentially pagan in inspiration. This is the reason why, in his Dialogue of Comfort, Sir Thomas More rejects the philosophers of old. And it's interesting to note that even in the Middle Ages, which accepted Boethius as a saint, commentators and scholars like Bruno of Corvey and John of Salisbury notice the absence of Christian doctrine from the Consolation. It's hard to avoid the conclusion that Boethius professed a sort of Christianisme naturalisé. Boethius needs neither word nor spirit nor mercy, neither church nor fellow Christians in order to be what he is. It is therefore no accident but entirely appropriate that his last confession does not speak about Christ. He belonged to an age in which the ancient classical culture had become assimilated to Christianity but not absorbed by it. The schools, for instance, were still pagan, and Boethius had not undergone the inner conversion of a Sidonius or an Anodius. The ancient learning still preserved its hold upon him unimpaired. It may be, however, that the question of Boethius's Christianity has not been correctly formulated. It may be that if more were known of the intellectual climate of Roman society at the time, the problem would appear in a different light. The explanation may well lie, David Knowles suggests, quote, in the changed attitude towards philosophy since the later Middle Ages. Between the days of Augustine and those of Siger of Brabant, it was the universal conviction among those who thought seriously that there was a single true rational account of man in the universe and of an omnipotent and providential God, as valid in its degree as the revealed truths of Christianity. The great men of old pagan though they might have been, had attained and expressed this truth in their philosophy, could one but reproduce their teaching faithfully, and with their aid a true and sufficient answer could be given to the problems of human life and destiny. Do you know anybody making that attempt? We go back to the quote. It was with these answers that the philosophical mind could meet the world and all the disasters of life. Behind the rational arguments, no doubt, in the unseen realm of the soul, an individual could meet the personal love and grace of Christ. End quote. Chapter 5, the text. In making this translation, I, Victor Watts, have used Weinberger's text of the Consolation in the Corpus Scriptorum Ecclesiasticorum Latinorum, 97, Vienna, Leipzig, 1934, and also the edition of L. Beeler, Corpus Christianorum, Series Latina 44, Turnhout, 1957. We don't need that. The chief debts of the introduction will be clear from my footnotes. For many helpful suggestions, I should like to thank the present joint editor of the Penguin Classics, Mrs. Betty Radice, and my gratitude is also due to my wife and to my parents-in-law, Mr. and Mrs. W. Curtis, for their hospitality during the times when most of this translation was completed. Lasborough, Gloucestershire, 15 August 1967. This book is just barely, that I just read for you was only barely, like within public domain. So to his estate and to Mr. Victor Watts himself, if he's still with us these 70 years later, thank you for this. 60 years later, it's actually 58 years later. Thank you, really, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for writing that so I could not have to. Book 1. We're reading now from Boethius, The Consolation of Philosophy. These are the words of a dying man. It's also a poem. I don't know the meter. I, who once wrote songs with joyful zeal, am driven by grief to enter weeping mode. See the muses' cheeks all torn delicate, and wet my face with elegiac verse. No terror could discourage them, at least, from coming with me on my way. They were the glory of my happy youth, and still they comfort me in hapless age. Old age came suddenly by suffering sped, and grief then bade her government begin. My hair untimely white upon my head, and I, a worn-out bone bag hung with flesh. Death would be blessing if it spared the glad, but heeded invocations from the wretch. But now death's ears are deaf to hopeless cries, his hands refuse to close, poor, weeping eyes. While with success false fortune favored me, 1 hour of sadness could not have thrown me down, but now her trustless countenance is clouded. Small welcome to the days that lengthen life. Foolish the friends who called me happy then, for falling shows a man stood insecure. Take care, Eric. While I was quietly thinking these thoughts over to myself and giving vent to my sorrow with the help of my pen, I became aware of a woman standing over me. She was of awe-inspiring appearance, her eyes burning and keen beyond the usual power of men. She was so full of years that I could hardly think of her as of my own generation, and yet she possessed a vivid color and undiminished vigor. It was difficult to be sure of her height, for sometimes she was of average human size, while at other times she seemed to touch the very sky with the top of her head, and when she lifted herself even higher, she pierced it and was lost to human sight. Her clothes were made of imperishable material, of the finest thread, woven with the most delicate skill. Later she told me that she had made them with her own hands. Their splendor, however, was obscured by a kind of film, as of long neglect, like statues covered in dust. On the bottom hem could be read the embroidered Greek letter pi, and on the top hem the Greek letter theta. This is footnoted with in the first commentary on Porphyry's Isagoge, or Introduction to the Categories of Aristotle. Boethius says there are two kinds of philosophy, practical and speculative, or contemplative, the Greek names for which begin with the letters pi and theta, respectively. The former would seem to include moral philosophy and ethics, and the latter, theology, metaphysics, and natural science or physics. Between the two, pi and theta, a ladder of steps rose from the lower to the higher letter. Her dress had been torn by the hands of marauders who had each carried off such pieces as they could get. There were some books in her right hand, and in her left hand she held a scepter. At the sight of the muses of poetry at my bedside, dictating words to accompany my tears, she became angry. Who, she demanded, her piercing eyes alight with fire, has allowed these hysterical sluts to approach this sick man's bedside? They have no medicine to ease his pains, only sweetened poisons to make them worse. These are the very creatures who slay the rich and fruitful harvest of reason, with the barren thorns of passion. They habituate men to their sickness of mind instead of curing them. If, as usual, it was only some ordinary man you were carrying off, a victim of your blandishments, it would matter little to me. There would be no harm done to my work. But this man has been nourished on the philosophies of Zeno and Plato. Sirens is a better name for you and your deadly enticements. Be gone, and leave him for my own muses to heal and cure. These rebukes brought blushes of shame into the muses' cheeks, and with downcast eyes they departed in a dismal company. Tears had partly blinded me, and I could not make out who this woman of such imperious authority was. I could only fix my eyes on the ground, overcome with surprise, and wait in silence for what she would do next. She came closer and sat down on the edge of my bed. I felt her eyes resting on my face, downcast and lined with grief. Then sadly she began to recite the following lines about my confusion of mind. So sinks the mind in deep despair, and sight grows dim when storms of life inflate the weight of earthly care. The mind forgets its inward light and turns in trust to the dark without. This was the man who once was free to climb the sky with zeal devout, to contemplate the crimson sun, the frozen fairness of the moon. Astronomer, once used in joy to comprehend and to commune with planets on their wandering ways. This man sought of the source of storms that roar and rouse the seas, the spirit that rotates the world, the cause that translocates the sun from shining east to watery west. He sought the reason why spring hours are mild with flowers manifest, and who enriched with swelling grapes, ripe autumn at the full of year. Now see the mind that searched and made all nature's hidden secrets clear, lie prostrate, prisoner of night. His neck bends low and shackles thrust, and he is forced beneath the weight to contemplate the lowly dust. But it is time for healing, not lamenting, she went on. Then fixing her eyes intently upon me, she said, You are a man, you are not, who was brought up on the milk of my learning and fed on my own food until you reached maturity? Oh, sorry. You are the man, are you not? She asked. I give you arms to protect you and keep your strength unimpaired, but you threw them away. Surely you recognize me, and yet you do not speak. Is it shame or is it astonishment that keeps you silent? I should prefer it to be shame, but I see that it is not. When she saw that I was not, that I would speak. When she saw that it was not, that I would not speak. But that, dumbstruck, I could not. She gently laid her hand on my breast, and said, It is nothing serious, only a touch of amnesia that he is suffering, the common disease of deluded minds. He has forgotten for a while who he is, but he will soon remember once he has recognized me. To make it easier for him, I will wipe a little of the blinding cloud of worldly concern from my eyes. Lethia is the river of forgetfulness. Lethia is not forgetfulness. As she spoke, she discovered her dress. She gathered her dress into a fold and wiped from my eyes the tears that filled them. Poem 3. The night that was put to flight, the darkness fled, into my eyes their former strength returned. Like when the wind west accumulates, black clouds and stormy darkness fills the sky. The sun lies hid before the hour the stars should shine, and night envelops all the earth. But should the north wind forth from his Thracian cave lash at the darkness and lose the prisoner day, Out shines the sun, with sudden bright light effused, and dazzles with its rays the blinking eye. In the same way the clouds of my grief dissolved, and I drank in the light. With my thoughts recollected, I turned to examine the face of my physician. I turned my eyes and fixed my gaze upon her, and I saw that it was my nurse in whose house I had been cared for since my youth, Philosophia. I asked her why she had come down from the heights of heaven to my lonely place of banishment. Is it to suffer false accusation along with me? I asked. Why, my child, she replied, should I desert you? Why should I not share your labor and the burden you have been saddled with because of the hatred of my name? Should I be frightened by being accused, or cower in fear as if it were something unprecedented? This is hardly the first time wisdom has been threatened with danger by the forces of evil. In old times, too, before the time of my servant Plato, I fought many a great battle against the reckless forces of folly. And then, in Plato's own lifetime, his master Socrates was unjustly put to death, a victorious death won with me at his side. After that, the mobs of Epicureans and Stoics and the others each did all they could to seize for themselves the inheritance of wisdom that he left. As part of their plunder, they tried to carry me off. But I fought and struggled, and in the fight the robe was torn, which I had woven with my own hands. They tore off little pieces from it and went away in the fond belief that they had obtained the whole of philosophy. The sight of traces of my clothing on them gained them the reputation among the ignorant of being my familiars, and as a result many of them became corrupted by the ignorance of the uninitiated mob. But even if you do not know the stories of the foreign philosophers, how Anaxagoras was banished from Athens, how Socrates was put to death by poisoning, and how Zeno was tortured, you do know of Romans like Canius, Seneca, and Cyrannus, whose memory is still fresh and celebrated. The sole cause of their tragic suffering was their obvious and complete contempt of the pursuits of immoral men, which my teaching had distilled in them. It is hardly surprising if we are driven by the blasts of storms when our chief aim on this sea of life is to displease wicked men. And though their numbers are great, we can afford to despise them, because they have no one to lead them, and are carried along only by ignorance which distracts them at random, first one way, then another. When their forces attack us in superior numbers, our general conducts a tactical withdrawal of his forces to a strong point, and they are left to encumber themselves with useless plunder. Safe from their furious activity on our ramparts above, we can smile at their efforts to collect all the most useless booty. Our citadel cannot fall to the assaults of folly. Poem 4. Let men compose themselves and live at peace. Set haughty fate beneath their feet, and look unmoved on fortune good and bad, and keep unchanging countenance. Unmoved, they'll stand before the ocean's rage, which churns up waves from deep below. Unmoved by restless Mount Vesuvius, her furnace burns and her furnace burst, and hurling flames. Unmoved by fiery thunderbolts in flight, which sweep and ruin towers on high. Why then are miserable men in awe when tyrants rage impotently? If first you rid yourself of hope and fear, you have disarmed the tyrant's wrath. But whosoever quakes in fear or hope, drifting and losing mastery, has cast away his shield, has left his place, and binds the chain with which he will be bound. Do you understand this? She went on. And have my words penetrated your brain? Or are you like the proverbial donkey, deaf to the lyre? Tell me why are you weeping, and why are your hands full of tears? As Homer says, speak out and hide it not within. If you want the doctor's help, you must reveal the wound. I collected my thoughts and replied with vigor, surely the severity of fortune's attack on me needs no further mention. It is self-evident. Look at the mere appearance of this place. Is it the library of my house, which you chose yourself as a place of sure repose, and where you so often used to sit with me discussing the topics of philosophy? Are my clothes the same and my face the same as when I used to probe the secrets of nature with you, and you used to describe the various paths of the planets with your stick, and relate human ethics and the whole of human life to the patterns of the celestial order? This, then, is how you reward your followers. And yet it was no one but you who commended Plato's opinion that commonwealths would be blessed if they should be ruled by philosophers, or if their rulers should happen to have studied philosophy. You took your cue from him and said that the reason why it was necessary for philosophers to take part in government was to prevent the reins of government falling into the hands of wicked and unprincipled men, to the ruin and destruction of the good. And it was upon this authority that I decided to transfer to public administration what I had learned from you in the course of our private leisure. You and God, who has sowed in you in the minds of wise men, are my witnesses that the only consideration to impel me to any office was a general desire for good. This was the reason why I had no alternative but grimly to resist evil, and why, in the struggle to defend justice, I have have always been indifferent to the hatred I inspired in men who wielded greater power than mine, and indifference inspired by the knowledge that I had freely followed my conscience. I have countless times opposed the attacks of Cunegast on the fortunes of some defenseless person, or stopped Triguilla, the prefect of the palace, from some injustice he had begun or already carried through, and I have countless times interposed my authority to protect wretched men from danger when they were hounded by the endless false accusations of the barbarians and their continuous and unpunished lust for wealth. I have never been moved from justice to injustice by anything. I have ached with as much pain as the provinces themselves to see their fortunes ruined by private plundering and public taxation. When the terrible famine came and a ruinous and inexplicable measure of forced sale of food supplies was announced, which seemed calculated to crush the province of Campania with poverty, I took up the cudgels against the praetorian prefect in the interest of the common good, and although the king knew of my actions, I succeeded in the struggle to block the sale. Again, in their hope and ambitious, the palace jackals had already swallowed up the wealth of an ex-consul called Paulinus, when I snatched him from their very jaws. Another ex-consul, Albinus, had been presumed guilty, and I had to set myself against the hatred of the public prosecutor, Cyprian, to save him from punishment. You must surely agree that the opposition I provoked against me was considerable, but I ought to have been the safer among the rest, as my love of justice led me to keep no reserve of favor among the courtiers for my greater safety. Yet who were the informers who struck me down? One was Basilius. He had previously been dismissed from the royal service and was forced into impeaching me by his debts. Two others were Apilio and Gaudentius. A royal decree had sentenced them to banishment because of their countless frauds, and to avoid complying, they had protected themselves by seeking sanctuary. When the news reached the king, he made a proclamation that unless they had left the city of Ravenna by the appointed day, they would be driven out with their foreheads branded. There could scarcely be greater severity than that. Yet, the very same day, they laid information against me, and the denunciation was accepted. Surely my actions didn't deserve that, and surely the fact that my conviction was prejudged didn't make just men of my accusers. Fortune should have blushed at the sight of innocent accused, or at least at the depravity of my accusers. But you want to know the nub of the charge against me. I am accused of having desired the safety of the Senate. And as for the manner, I am accused of having prevented an informer from delivering certain papers, with which he intended to show the Senate guilty of treason. My lady, tell me what your advice is. Am I to deny the charge to avoid causing you shame? But the fact is that I did desire the safety of the Senate, and will never cease to. Perhaps I should confess, except that my attempt to prevent the informer was not continued. Should I count it a crime to have desired the safety of the Senate? That, at any rate, by their own decrees about me, have made it a crime. Impudence, imprudence, may deceive itself, but it cannot alter the true value of things, and the ruling of Socrates that it is quite wrong to assent to falsehood and conceal truth forbids me either to hide truth or be partly untruth. This is footnoted with Boethius is thinking either of Plato's Theaetetus, 151d, or the Republic, 448.5c. But I leave it to you and to the wise to judge of these events which I have committed to writing, to ensure that they are remembered and to preserve for posterity the true sequence of events. This is footnoted with, unfortunately, this account, if it was ever completed, is now lost. As for the forged letters cited as evidence that I had hoped for the freedom of Rome, there is little purpose in speaking of them. It would have been obvious that they were forgeries had I been allowed to make use of what carries the greatest weight in all such matters, the confession of the very informers. Hey, Billy. But there is no freedom left to hope for. If only there were! I would have replied with the same retort as Cannius made to the Emperor Caligula when he was accused of being involved in a plot against him. If I had known of it, he said, you would not. Grief has not so dulled my wits in all this as to make me complain that the wicked have piled up their crimes against virtue. But what does fill me with wonder is that they have brought their hopes to fruition. It may be part of human weakness to have evil wishes. It may be part of human weakness to have evil wishes, but it is nothing short of monstrous that God should look on while every criminal is allowed to achieve his purpose against the innocent. If this is so, it was hardly without reason that one of your household asked where evil comes from, if there is a God, and where good comes from, if there isn't. Even supposing there may have been some justice, in that the evil men who were found out for the blood of all good men and of all the Senate also sought my own death when they saw me championing them. Surely I did not deserve the same treatment from the members of the Senate themselves. You remember, I am sure, since you were always present to give me your guidance when I was preparing a speech or some other course of action. You remember how at Verona a charge of treason was made against Albinus, and how in his eagerness to see the total destruction of the Senate, the king tried to extend the charge to them all in spite of their universal innocence. And you remember how I defended them with complete indifference to any danger. And you know that I am telling the truth and have never boasted of any merit of mine. For as often as a man receives the reward of fame for his boasting, the conscience that indulges in self-congratulation loses something of its secret merit. And now you see the outcome of my innocence. Instead of reward for true goodness, punishment for a crime I did not commit. Yet no confession, however clear-cut, of any crime has ever found a jury so united in their agreement on the severest penalty that some were not softened either by the thought of human weakness or the universal uncertainty of human fortune. If I had been charged with planning to burn down sacred buildings, if I had been charged with planning to burn down sacred buildings, or plotting the sacrilegious murder of priests, or aiming to massacre all men of worth, I would still have been brought into court, and either have confessed or been convicted before the sentence was carried out. But here I am, nearly 500 miles away, condemned to death and to have my property confiscated, silenced, and with no opportunity to offer a defense, all because of a somewhat too willing support of the Senate. How they deserve that no one should ever be convicted on a similar charge. Even those who laid the information against me could see the dignity of the charge conferred. And in order to obscure it by the addition of some other charge, they lyingly allege that in my ambition for high office I had stained my conscience with acts of sacrilege. But you had taken up your dwelling within me and used to drive from my mind every thought of human advancement, and there could be no place for sacrilege beneath your gaze. You used daily to instill in my ears and thoughts that Pythagorean maxim, follow God. And since you were there lifting me up to such a pitch of excellence as to make me like a god, it was scarcely fitting that I should angle for the help of the vilest spirits. Then there is the blameless life in my home, my friendship with the most honorable of men, and the sanctity of Symmachus, my father-in-law, a man worthy of the same veneration as you yourself. All these guarantee me against suspicion of this charge. But the wickedness of it is that it is from you yourself that they obtain their trust in this great accusation. For the very fact that I am steeped in your teaching and trained in your morality seems to them to prove that I have been engaged in an evil practice. It is not enough that my devotion to you has not helped me at all, but you are now made the victim of the hatred that should be directed at me alone. Over and above all this, another weight is added to my load of ills, in that the world does not judge actions on their merit, but on their chance results. And they consider that only those things which are blessed with a happy outcome have been undertaken with sound advice. It is always the unfortunate who are first to be deserted by the good will of men. I have no mind to recall all the rumors that are circulating in the discord of their multifarious opinions. I will just say that the final burden which adversary heaps on her victims is that when some accusation is made against them, they are believed to have deserved all that they suffer. And so, stripped of every possession, thrust from my offices, and with my reputation in ruins, for doing a favor, I have received a punishment. I seem to see the wicked haunts of criminals overflowing with happiness and joy. I seem to see all the most desperate of men threatening new false denunciations. I seem to see good men lying prostrate with fear at the danger I am in, while all abandoned villains are encouraged to attempt every crime in the expectation of impunity or even in the hope of reward for its accomplishment. And I seem to see the innocent deprived of peace and safety and even of all chance at self-defense. Chapter 5. Creator of the starry heavens, Lord, on thy everlasting throne, thy power turns the moving sky and makes the stars obey fixed laws. Thou makest lesser stars grow dim before the moon's reflected rays, when opposite her kinsman bright. Then closer to the sun she moves and loses all her borrowed light. Thou, the evening star, dost make rise cold and clear in early night, and change, as morning star, his rains to pale before the new sun's light. When winter's cold has stripped the trees, thou holdest day and confines tight. When summer comes with torrid heat, thou givest swifter hours to night. Thy power rules the changing year, the tender leaves the north wind stole. The spring west wind makes reappear the seeds that winter saw new sown. The summer burns his crops full grown. All things obey their ancient law, and all perform their proper task. All things thou holdest in strict bounds. To human acts alone denied, thy fit control is Lord of all. Why else does slippery fortune change so much, and punishment more fit for crime oppress the innocent? Corrupted men sit throned on high by strange reversal wickedness, down treads the necks of holy men. Bright virtue lies in dark eclipse. By clouds obscured, and unjust men heap condemnation on the just. No punishment for perjury, or lies adorned with speciousness. They use their power when whimsy bids, and love to subjugate great kings, whose sway holds countless men in fear. O thou who bindest bonds of things, look down on all earth's wretchedness. Of this great work is man so mean, apart by fortune to be tossed? Lord, hold the rushing waves in check, and with the bond thou rulest the stars, make stable all the lands of earth. Throughout this long and noisy display of grief, philosophy remained unperturbed. When I had finished, she looked at me calmly and said, "The moment I saw your sad and tear-stained cheeks, they told me that you had been reduced to the misery of banishment.
But unless you had told me, I would still not have known how far you had been banished. However, it is not simply a case of you having been banished far from your home. You have wandered away yourself. Or if you prefer to be thought of as having been banished, it is you yourself that have been the instrument of it. No one else could ever have done it. For if you remember the country you came from, it is not governed by majority rule like Athens of old, but, if I may quote Homer, one is its lord and one its king. And rather than having them banished, he prefers to have a large body of subjects, submitting to his governance and obeying his laws and freedom. You seem to have forgotten the oldest law of your community, that any man who has chosen to make his dwelling there has the sacred right never to be banished. So there can be no exile, no fear of exile for any man within its walls and moat. On the other hand, if anyone stops wanting to live there, he automatically stops deserving it. And so it is not the sight of this place which gives me concern, but your own appearance. And it is not the walls of your library with their glass and ivory decoration that I am looking for, but the seat of your mind. That is the place where I want stored away. Not my books, but the thing that makes them have any valuable, the philosophy they contain within. As for what you said about your services to the common good, it was but scant measure considering the great number of things you have done. Then your talk about the truth or untruth of the charges against you is only what is known to many. And you are right in thinking that the crimes and deceits of your accusers needed but cursory mention, since they are the continual talk of the people who are more richly and better acquainted with their every detail. Then you spoke with considerable vehemence about the Senate's unjust behavior, and spoke with grief of my inclusion in the accusations, and wept tears at the damage done to my injured reputation. And last of all, with your anger flared up against fortune, and the bitter complaint that reward is not measured out according to desert. In your final angry verses you prayed that the same peace that rules in the heavens should rule on earth. In your present state of mind, while this great tumult of emotion has fallen upon you, and you are torn this way and that by alternating fits of grief, wrath, and anguish, it is hardly time for the more powerful remedies. I will use gentler medicines. It is as if you had become swollen and calloused under the influence of these disturbing passions, and by their more gentle action, they will temper you ready to receive the strength of a sharper medication. He actually says medicament. If, when summer solstice brings the crab with parched heat in furrows that refuse the seed, the farmer sows his wheat, no crops will spring to glad his hopes, and acorns he shall eat. You would not search the woodside gay to pick a summertime flower when all the shuddering country groans before the north wind's power. Nor would you seek with greedy hands to pluck your vines in May. The wine god gives his gift of grapes when autumn's on the way. For God has fixed the season's tasks, and each receives its own. No power is free to disarray the order God has shown. Should then some being precipitate aspire to quit its place, the Lord would not allow success, its mutiny, to grace. Will you first then let me discover your state of mind and test it with a few simple questions? That way I can discover the best method of curing you. Ask what you like, I replied, and I will answer. Do you believe that this life consists of haphazard and chance events, or do you think it is governed by some rational principle? I could never believe that events of such regularity are due to the haphazards of chance. In fact, I know that God the Creator watches over his creation. The day will never come that sees me abandon the truth of this belief. It is true, she said, and indeed it is the very thing you were singing of, no? Just now when you were deploring the fact that only mankind is outside God's care. It was your firm conviction that all other things were governed by reason. So how can you be sick when you hold so healthy a belief is quite beyond my understanding? However, let us carry our examination further. I feel there is something missing somewhere. Tell me then, since you have no doubts that the world is governed by God, what are the means by which you think he guides it? I can't answer that question, I replied, because I don't understand what it means. I was right then, she said, in thinking that something was missing. Your defenses have been breached and your mind has been infiltrated by the fever of emotional distraction. So tell me, Do you remember what is the end and purpose of things and the goal to which the whole of nature is directed? I did hear it once, I said, but my memory has been blunted by grief. Well, do you know the source from which all things come? Yes, I replied, and said that it was God. How can it be, then, that you know the beginning of things but don't know their end? The peculiarity of these disturbances is that they have just enough power to move a man from his usual position, but can't quite throw him over and totally uproot him. I want you to answer this, too. Do you remember that you are a man? Why shouldn't I said. Can you then tell me what man is? Are you asking me if I know whether man is a rational and mortal animal? I do know it, and I acknowledge that that is what I am. Are you sure that you are not something more? Quite sure. Now I know the other cause, or rather the major cause of your illness. You have forgotten your true nature. And so I have found out in full the reason for your sickness and the way to approach the task of restoring you to health. It is because you were confused by loss of memory that you wept and claimed you had been banished and robbed of all your possessions. And it is because you don't know the end and purpose of things that you think the wicked and the criminal have power and happiness. And because you have forgotten the means by which the world is governed, you believe these ups and downs of fortune happen haphazardly. These are grave causes and downs to causes, and they lead not only to illness, but to death. Thanks, however, to the author of all health, nature has not quite abandoned you. In your true belief about the world's government, that it is subject to divine reason and not the haphazards of chance, there lies our greatest hope of rekindling your health. You need have no fear, then, now that this tiny spark has blazed with the fire of life. Still, as it is not yet time for stronger medicine, and as it is the accepted opinion that the nature of the mind is such that for every true belief it rejects, it assumes a false one, from which the fog of distraction rises to blot out its true insight. I will try to lessen this particular fog little by applying gentle remedies of only medium strength. In this way, the darkness of the ever-treacherous passions may be dispelled, and you will be able to see the resplendent light of truth. In dark clouds, hidden, the stars can shed no light. If boisterous winds stir the sea, causing a storm, waves once crystal, like days serene, soon turn opaque and thick with mud. Prevent the eye piercing the water. Streams that wander from high hills, down descending, often dash against a rock torn from the hillside. If you desire to look on truth and follow the path with unswerving course, rid yourself of joy and fear, put hope to flight, and banish grief. The mind is clouded and bound in chains where these hold sway. Book 2, Chapter 1. After this, she fell silent for a while, and the very forbearance of her silence made me turn my attention to her. At this, she began to speak again. If I have fully diagnosed the cause and nature of your condition, you are wasting away in pining and longing for your former good fortune. It is the loss of this which, as your imagination works upon you, has so corrupted your mind. I know the many disguises of that monster, fortune, and the extent to which she seduces with friendship the very people she is striving to cheat, until she overwhelms them with unbearable grief at the suddenness of her desertion. If you can recall to mind her character, her methods, and the kind of favor she proffers, you will see that in her you did not have and did not lose anything of value. But I am sure it will require no hard work on my part to bring all this back to your memory. It used to be your way, whenever she came near with her flattery, to attack her with manly arguments and hound her with pronouncements taken from the oracle of my shrine. However, no sudden change of circumstances ever occurs without some upheaval in the mind, and that is why you too have deserted for a while your usual calm. It is time, then, for you to take a little mind and pleasant nourishment, which, by being absorbed into your body, will prepare the way for something stronger. Let us bring to bear the persuasive powers of sweet-tongued rhetoric, powers which soon go astray from the true path, unless they follow my instructions. And let us have, as well, music, the maidservant of my house, to sing us melodies of varying mood. What is it, then, O mortal man, that has thrown you down into the slough of grief and despondency? You must have seen something strange and unexpected, but you are wrong if you think fortune has changed towards you. Change is her normal behavior, her true nature. In the very act of changing, she has preserved her own particular kind of constancy toward you. She was exactly the same when she was flattering you and luring you on with enticements of a false kind of happiness. You have discovered the changing faces of the random goddess. To others she still veils herself, but to you she has revealed herself to the full. If you are satisfied with her ways, you must accept them and not complain. But if you shudder to think of her unreliability, you must turn away and have nothing more to do with her dangerous games. She has caused you untold sorrow when she ought to have been a source of peace. For she has left you, she in whose constancy no man can ever trust. Do you really hold dear that kind of happiness which is destined to pass away? Do you really value the presence of fortune when you cannot trust her to stay? And when her departure will plunge you into sorrow? And if it is impossible to keep her at will, and if her flight exposes men to ruin, what else is such a fleeting thing except a warning of coming disaster? It will never be sufficient just to notice what is under one's nose. Prudence calculates what the outcomes of things will be. Either way, fortune's very mutability deprives her threats of their terror, and her enticements of their allure. And last of all, once you have bowed your neck beneath her yoke, you ought to bear with equanimity whatever happens on fortune's playground. If after freely choosing her as the mistress to rule your life, you want to draw up a law to control her coming and going, you will be acting without any justification, and your very impatience will only worsen a lot which you cannot alter. Commit your boat to the winds, and you must sail whichever way they blow, not just where you want. If you were a farmer who entrusts his seed to the fields, you would balance the bad years against the good. So now you have committed yourself to the rule of fortune. You must acquiesce in her ways. If you are trying to stop her wheel from turning, you are, of all men, the most obtuse. For if it once begins to stop, it will no longer be the wheel of chance. With domineering hand she moves the turning wheel, like currents in a treacherous bay swept to and fro. Her ruthless will has just deposed once fearful kings, while trustless still from low she lifts a conquered head. No cries of misery she hears, no tears she heeds, but steely-hearted laughs at groans her deeds have wrung. Such is the game she plays, and so tests she her strength. Of mighty power she makes parade, when one short hour sees happiness from utter desolation grow. Chapter 2. I would like to continue our discussion a while by using Fortune's own arguments, and I would like you to consider whether her demands are just. Why do you burden me each day, mortal man, she asks, with your querulous accusations? What harm have I done you? What possessions of yours have I stolen? Choose any judge you like and sue me for possession of wealth and rank, and if you can show that any part of these belongs by right to any mortal man, I will willingly concede that what you are seeking to regain rightly did belong to you. When nature brought you forth from your mother's womb, I received you naked and devoid of everything and fed you from my own resources. I was inclined to favor you, and I brought you up, and this is what makes you lose patience with me, with a measure of indulgence surrounding you with all the splendor and affluence at my command. Now, I have decided to withdraw my hand. You have been receiving a favor as one who has had the most of the use of another's possessions, and you have no right to complain, as if what you have lost was fully your own. You have no cause to begin groaning at me. I have done you no violence. Wealth honors, and the like are all under my jurisdiction. They are my servants and know their mistress. When I come, they come with me, and when I go, they leave as well. I can say with confidence that if the things whose loss you are bemoaning were really yours, you could never have lost them. Surely I am not the one to be denied, or surely I am not the one to be denied the exercise of my rights. The heavens are allowed to bring forth the bright daylight and lay it to rest in the darkness of night. The year is allowed alternately to deck the face of the earth with fruit and flowers, and to disfigure it with cold and cloud. The sea is allowed either to be calm and inviting or to rage with storm-driven breakers. Shall man's insatiable greed bind me to a constancy which is alien to my ways? Inconstancy is my very essence. It is the game I never cease to play as I turn my wheel in its ever-changing circle, filled with joy as I bring the top to the bottom and the bottom to the top. Yes, rise on my wheel if you like, but don't count it an injury when by the same token you begin to fall, as the rules of the game will require. You must surely have been aware of my ways. You must have heard of Croesus, king of Lydia, who was once able to terrorize his enemy Cyrus, only to be reduced to misery and be condemned to be burned alive. Only a shower of rain saved him. And you must have heard of Aemilius Paulus, and how he wept tears of pity at all the disasters that overwhelmed his prisoner Perses, the last king of Macedonia. Isn't this what tragedy commemorates with its tears and tumult? The overthrow of happy realms by the random strokes of fortune. When you were a little boy, you must have heard Homer's story of the two jars standing in God's house, the one full of evil and the other of good. Now you have had more than your share of the good, but I have completely deserted you? Indeed, my very mutability gives you just cause to hope for better things. So you should not wear yourself out by setting your heart on living according to a law of your own in a world that is shared by everyone. If plenty from her well-stocked horn with generous hand should distribute as many gifts as grains of sand, the sea churns up when strong winds blow, because the word is feminine. Fortuna is feminine. It's also fickle, like a woman. Fortune changes her mind like a woman. Men are decisive. They have to be back then. But it's only because you've got a good woman at your back that anything good happens to you. So fortune is a woman. If plenty from her well-stocked horn with generous hand should distribute as many gifts as grains of sand, the sea churns up when strong winds blow, or stars that shine on starlit nights, the human race would still repeat its querulous complaints. Though God should gratify their prayers with open-handed gifts of gold and furbish greed with pride of rank, all that God would seem as naught. All that God gave would seem as naught. Rapacious greed soon swallows all and opens other gaping mouths. No reins will serve to hold in check the headlong course of appetite, once such largesse has fanned the flames of lust to have and hold. No man is rich who shakes and groans convinced that he needs more. Fortune isn't really luck. Fortune is just that. She kind of just described herself. Everything that happens because of fortune, whether good or bad. 3. If fortune herself had been speaking, she would have left you without a single syllable you could utter by way of reply. But if there is some argument which you can offer as a just defense for your complaints, you must put it forward and we will give you a hearing. And so I had my turn. All that you have said, I began, is certainly plausible and well sugared with the sweet honey of rhetoric and music, but it is only while one is actually listening that one was filled with pleasure, and for the wretched the pain of their suffering goes deeper. So as soon as your words stop sounding in our ears, the mind is weighed down again by its deep-seated melancholy. It is true, she rejoined, for none of this is meant to be a cure for your condition, but simply a kind of application to help soothe a grief still resistant to treatment. When the time comes, I will apply something calculated to penetrate deep inside. In the meantime, stop thinking of yourself as plunged in misery. Have you forgotten how fortunate you have been in many ways? I will not dwell upon it. But when you were orphaned, you were taken up into the care of men of the highest rank and chosen to marry into families which boasted the state's most distinguished citizens. Even before you became their kinsmen, you had begun to win their love, and that is the most precious kind of kinship of all. There was no one who would not have called you the luckiest man in the world, considering the glory reflected from your new connections, the modesty of your wife, and the blessings your two sons proved to be. I have no desire to waste time on ordinary matters, so I will pass over the various dignities you received while still a young man, dignities which are denied the majority of men at any age. I want to come straight to the outstanding culmination of your fortune. If the enjoyment of any earthly blessings brings with it any measure of happiness, the memory of that splendid day can never be destroyed by the burden, however great, of growing evil. I mean that day that you saw your two sons amid the growing senators and the rapture of the people carried forth from your house to be consuls together. The day they took their official seats in the Senate chamber to listen to you delivering the speech of congratulation to the king, and saw the genius of your oratory receive its crowning recognition. The same day as you sat in the stadium between the two consuls as if it were a military triumph, let your largesse fulfill the wildest expectations of the people packed in their seats around you. In my opinion, you beguiled fortune with empty words so long as you had her caresses and she cherished you as her darling, and you went off with a gift never before bestowed on any private individual. Perhaps you would like to reckon up the score with her. You will find this is the very first time she has turned an unfriendly eye upon you. If you think of all the things that have happened to you, what kind of things they were, and whether they were happy or unhappy things, you would not be able to say that you have not been fortunate up to now. On the other hand, if you do not consider that you have been lucky because your one-time reasons for rejoicing have passed away, you cannot now think of yourself as in misery, because the very things that seem miserable are also passing away. Why behave like a stranger newly arrived on the stage of life? You know there is no constancy in human affairs when a single swift hour can often bring a man to nothing. For even if you can't expect any permanence in life of chance events, on the last day of one's life there is a kind of death for fortune, even when she stays with one. What difference do you think it makes whether it is you that quit her by dying, or she that quits you by desertion? When Phoebus in his ruby car through heaven begins to spread his light, thereupon each pale-faced star grows dim before his radiance bright. The woodlands at the breath of spring carmine-colored roses wear, but let the winds with wind his cold blasts fling, they'll leave the thorns of beauty bare. Often the sea lies calm and still, its shimmering waves at rest, and often the north wind churns the deep with raging storms and mad unrest. The world stays rarely long the same, so great its instability, so put your faith in transient luck, and trust in wealth's mortality. In law eternal it lies decreed that naught from change is ever freed. Chapter 4. All that you say is true, I agreed. You truly are mother of all virtues, and I cannot deny the speed with which I rose to prosperity. It is the very thing, in fact, which makes me burn with grief as I remember it. In all adversity of fortune, the most wretched kind is once to have been happy. But you are suffering because of your misguided belief, and you can't blame events for that, she replied. If you are really so moved by the empty name of chance happiness, you can reckon up with me now the number of the very great blessings you still enjoy. And if you find that you still possess that which among all the gifts of fortune was most precious to you, and find it through God's power unharmed and still untouched, you will hardly be able to talk about misfortune with any justice, while you still possess outstanding blessings. Take your father-in-law, Symmachus, one of the most precious ornaments of the human race. He is still full of vigor and, something you would willingly pay for with your life, a man wholly composed of wisdom and virtue, who disregards his own sufferings and weeps for yours. Your wife, too, is alive, a lady unsurpassed in nobility and modesty of character. To sum up all her qualities in a word, I would say she is the mirror of her father. She is, as I say, still alive, and in her disgust with this life draws every breath for you alone. She longs for you, and is consumed with tears and suffering, one thing in which I would concede that your happiness is diminished. I don't know what more to add about your consular sons. Now, as when they were boys, they reflect the example of their fathers and grandfathers' character. You are a happy man, then, if you know where your true happiness lies, since when the chief concern of mortal men is to keep their hold on life, you even now possess blessings which no one can doubt are more precious than life itself. So dry your tears. Fortune has not yet turned her hatred against all your blessings. The storm has not yet broken upon you with too much violence. Your anchors are holding firm, and they permit you both comfort in the present and hope in the future. And I pray that they will hold, I said. So long as they do, we will ride the storm out. But look how far events have gone since the time of my glory. If you are no longer dissatisfied with the whole of your fortune, we have made a little progress, she said. But I can't put you up with your dilly-dallying and the dramatization of your careworn, grief-stricken complaints that something is lacking from your happiness. No man is so completely happy that something somewhere does not clash with his condition. It is the nature of human affairs to be fraught with anxiety. They never prosper perfectly, and they never remain constant. In one man's case, you will find riches offset by the shame of a humble birth, and in another's noble birth offset by unwelcome publicity on account of the crippling poverty of his family's fortunes. Some men are blessed with both wealth and noble birth, but are unhappy because they have no wife. Some are happily married but without children, and husband their money for an heir of alien blood. Some again have been blessed with children only to weep over their misdeeds. No one finds it easy to accept the lot fortune has sent him. There is something... God damn it. There is something in the case of each of us that escapes the notice of the man who has not experienced it, but causes horror to the man who has. Remember, too, that all the most happy men are oversensitive. They have never experienced adversity, and so unless everything obeys their slightest whim, they are prostrated by every minor upset. So trifling are the things that can detract from the complete happiness of a man at the summit of fortune. Sorry, this bee is getting at me. How many men do you think would believe themselves almost in heaven if they possessed even the smallest part of the luck you still enjoy? This very place, which is banishment to you, is home to those who live here. So nothing is miserable except when you think it so, and vice versa. All luck is good luck to the man who bears it with equanimity. No one is so happy that he would not want to change his lot if he gives in to impatience. Such is the bittersweetness of human happiness. To him that enjoys it, it may seem full of delight, but he cannot prevent it slipping away when it will. It is evident, therefore, how miserable the happiness of human life is. It does not remain long with those who are patient, and doesn't satisfy those who are troubled. Why then do you mortal men seek after happiness outside yourselves when it lies within you? You are led astray by error and ignorance. I will briefly show you what complete happiness hinges upon. If I ask you whether there is anything more precious to you than your own self, you will say no. So if you are in possession of yourself, you will possess something you would never wish to lose, and something fortune could never take away. In order to see that happiness can't consist in things governed by chance, look at it this way. If happiness is the highest good of rational nature, and anything that can't be taken away is not the highest good, since it is surpassed by what can't be taken away, fortune, by her very mutability, can't hope to lead to happiness. Again, the man who is borne along by happiness, which can at any time fail, either knows or does not know its unreliability. If he does not know it, what kind of happiness can there be in the blindness of ignorance? And if he does know it, he can't avoid being afraid of losing that which he knows can be lost. And so a continuous fear prevents him being actually happy. And if he thinks the possibility of losing it a matter for indifference, then the good whose loss can be borne with such equanimity must be small indeed. Furthermore, since you are a man I know to have been fully convinced by innumerable proofs that the human mind cannot die, and since it is clear that happiness which depends on chance comes to an end with the death of the body, it seems beyond doubt that if this happiness dependent on chance can bring pleasure, then the whole human race falls at death into misery. Yet we know that many men have sought the enjoyment of happiness through death, and even through suffering and torment. It seems that the happiness which cannot make men unhappy by its cessation, cannot either make them happy by its presence. The careful man will wish to build a lasting home, unshakable by winds that thunder from the east. He'll shun the open sea that threatens with its waves, and choose no mountain peaks which all the strength of winds buffet and beat from the south. He'll choose no thirsty sands that sink and melt away beneath the building's weight. He'll flee the dangerous lot of sights that please the eye, secure on lowly rock. Though thunderous winds resound and churn the seething sea, hidden away in peace, and sure of your strong-built walls, you will lead a life serene and smile at the raging storm. 5. But the applications of reasoning that I have been using on you are beginning to penetrate, and the time has come, I think, for something rather stronger. So then, if the gifts that fortune offer are not transitory and short-lived, tell me, which is there among them that can ever belong to you, or whose worthlessness is not revealed by a moment's thoughtful consideration? What makes riches precious? The fact that they belong to you, or some quality of their own? And which is preferable, the gold itself or the power conferred by hoarded wealth? Yet, if being miserly always makes men hated, while being generous wins them popularity, it is by spending rather than hoarding that men win the better reputation. Now, if something which is transferred to another cannot remain with its first owner, it is only when money is transferred to others in the exercise of liberality and ceases to be possessed that it becomes valuable. This same money, if it were ever collected together from wherever it lies among people into the possession of one man, would make all the rest destitute of it. When you speak, your whole voice fills the ears of many hearers to an equal extent, but your riches cannot in the same way be shared equally among many without diminution. When riches are shared among many, it is inevitable that they impoverish those from whom they pass. How poor and barren riches really are, then, is clear from the way that it is impossible for many to share them undiminished, or for one man to possess them without reducing all the others to poverty. Perhaps your eyes are attracted by the way precious stones reflect the light, but if there is any special quality in this brilliance, it is in the light of the precious stones, not of men, so that I am astonished that men can admire them. Surely there is nothing devoid of life to give it movement, and devoid of structure, which living rational nature can justifiably consider beautiful. Such things may be works of the Creator, and may draw some minimal beauty from their own ornamental nature, but they are of an inferior rank to you as a more excellent Creator, and cannot in any way merit your admiration. Perhaps again you find pleasure in the beauty of the countryside. Creation is indeed very beautiful, and the countryside a beautiful part of creation. In the same way, we are sometimes delighted by the appearance of the sea when it's very calm, and look upon with wonder at the sky, the stars, the moon, and the sun. However, not one of these has anything to do with you. and you daren't take credit for the splendor of any of them. The fact that flowers blossom in spring confers no distinction on you, and the swelling fullness of the autumn harvest is no work of yours. You are, in fact, enraptured with empty joys, embracing blessings that are alien to you as if they were your own. I ask you why? For fortune can never make yours what nature has made alien to you. Of course the fruits of the land are appointed as food for living beings, but if you wish only to satisfy your needs, and that is all nature requires, there is no need to seek an excess from fortune. Nature is content with few and little. If you try to press superfluous additions upon it, what is sufficient for nature? Your bounty will become sickening, if not harmful. What happened when we started making the fruit yields of our crop plants bigger? Don't people get sick from that shit? Perhaps you think that beauty means being resplendent in clothing of every variety. But if the clothing catches my eye, my admiration will be directed at either the quality of the material or the skill of the tailor. If you take pleasure in having a long line of attendants to wait on you, there are 2 points to consider. Either they are rogues, in which case your household is nothing less than a dangerous burden and a positive threat to its master, or they are honest, and other men's honesty can scarcely be counted among your possessions. From all this, it is obvious that not one of these things which you count among your blessings is in fact any blessing of your own at all. And if, then, they don't contain a spark of beauty worth seeking, why weep over their loss or rejoice at their preservation? If nature gives them their beauty, how does it involve you? They would still have been pleasing by themselves, even if separated from your possessions. It isn't because they are part of your wealth that they are precious, but because you thought them precious, that you wanted to add them to the sum of your riches. What, in fact, is it that you are looking for in all this outcry against fortune? To put poverty to flight with plenty? If so, it has turned out the very opposite. The more varied your precious possessions, the more help you need to protect them. And the old saying is proved correct. He who hath much, wants much. And the contrary is true as well. Want here means lacks. He who has much, lacks much. And the contrary is true as well. He needs least who measures wealth according to the needs of nature, and not the excesses of ostentation. It seems as if you feel a lack of any blessing of your own inside you, which is deriving you to seek your blessings in things separate and external. And so when a being endowed with a godlike quality and virtue of his rational nature thinks that his only splendor lies in the possession of inanimate goods, it is the overthrow of the natural order. Other creatures are content with what is their own, but you, whose mind is made in the image of God, seek to adorn your superior nature with inferior objects, oblivious of the great wrong you do your Creator. It was His will that the human race should rule all earthly creatures, but you have degraded yourself to a position beneath the lowest of all. If every good is agreed to be more valuable than whatever it belongs to, then your own judgment, when you account the most worthless of objects as goods of yours, you make yourself lower than those very things, and it is no less than you deserve. Indeed, the condition of human nature is just this. Man towers above the rest of creation so long as he recognizes his own nature, and when he forgets it, he sinks lower than the beasts. For other living things to be ignorant of themselves is natural, but for man it is a defect. What an obvious mistake to make, to think that anything can be enhanced by decoration that does not belong to it. It's impossible, for if there is anything striking in the decoration, that is what is praised, while the veiled and hidden object continues just the same in all its ugliness. My contention is that no good thing harms its owner, a thing which you won't gainsay. But wealth very often does harm its owners, for all the most criminal elements of the population, who are thereby all the more covetous of the other people's property, are convinced that they alone are worthy to possess all the gold and precious stones there are. You are shuddering now at the thought of club and knife, but if you had set out on the path of this life with empty pockets, you would whistle your way past any highwayman. How splendid, then, the blessing of mortal riches is. Once won, they never leave you carefree again. Oh, happy was that long-lost age, content with nature's faithful fruits, which knew not slothful luxury. They would not eat before due time their meal of acorns quickly found, and did not know the subtlety of making honey-sweetened wine, or how the power of Tyrian dyes could color shining flocks of silk. A grassy touch gave healthy sleep, a gliding river healthy drink. The tallest pine tree gave them shade. Men did not plunder all the world and cut a path across the seas with merchandise for foreign shores. War horns were silent in those days, and blood unspilt and bitter hate to horrify the reddened earth. What's reason, then, for enmity, to seek the frenzied clash of arms, when all men saw was gaping wounds, without return, for blood spilt? Blood so spilt. Would that our age could now return to those pure ways of leading life, but now the passion to possess burns fiercer than Mount Etna's fire. Also for the man, whoever he was, who first dug heaps of buried gold and diamonds content to hide, and gave us perils of such pride. 6. I should like to say something about the dignities of high office and the excellence or the exercise of power, but I am at a loss, because in your ignorance of the true nature of power and dignities, people like you exalt themselves to high heaven in virtue of the offices they hold. Now, whenever high office has fallen in the hands of wicked men, the disaster has been greater than flood or volcanic eruption. You remember, I am sure, how, principle of freedom though it had been, your ancestors wanted to abolish the consulship because of the arrogance of the consuls, just as before that the same arrogance had led them to abolish the title of king. If, on the other hand, the very rare case arises when these offices fall to honest men, surely the only aspect of them which finds favor is the honesty of the men who hold the offices. It follows, if this is so, that honor is not accorded to virtue because of the office held, but to the office because of the virtue of the holder. I don't know what the difference in reading and narrating is, so I hope I'm sure. I'm going to take a break. Right there. No, that's how I can talk. You can all talk if you want to. I can't see the chatter, so it can't distract me. Hey, Bob. What up? I'm gonna take a break. Let my throat rest a little bit. Laughing disco. But if Jeremiah is telling you that he's distracted by your talkie talk, Jeremiah is allowed to say that too. Thank you, Akira. I just saw the notifications of throat giggles. I don't even know what that means, but that's funny. It's really nice out here today. It's really warm. In the sun, but under the shade. It's really nice. We got just enough of a wind. I got just enough of a wind. You got me. I have just enough of a wind that sitting in the shade just outside the sun is actually really nice. It's really nice. Throat kegels. I got it, yeah. Yeah, Jeremiah. Every time I'm taking a smoke break, Jeremiah says shit fucks me all up. God. Because the coughing like that is actually really bad for my pelvic injury. I'm not saying you've got me in pain. I'm saying I should be careful. I feel like having a little smoky smoke during this is thematically appropriate. This is actually like emotionally tumultuous for me to read this. But I know you didn't, Jeremiah. I know either time, I don't think you meant for it to happen either time for me to glance up at what you just said while I was smoking. I'm gonna take a smoke break and read what Jeremiah said. Oh God, now I need to go to the ER. It's really nice out here. Today's a perfect day to be an ascetic. I could just sit out here naked, frankly, largely naked, and just really enjoy. I don't know. Yeah, you can see it. It is just an Ohio day, man. It is. The sky is blue. The humidity is oppressive. But I feel very fortunate. This book is not why I express my gratitude in the way and as often as I do. However, this book is an example. The arguments that philosophy is making are exemplary of why I am the way I am. Hey, what up, Logan? Yeah, you're sweating in a different way than I am. You're working a lot harder than I am. Well, when I say naked, I mean like a loincloth, like just my skin exposed, but my genitals not. I'm not trying to expose my genitals. It's not a sex thing. It's a being entirely at one with the air and the world. Can't help it. That turnaround, I can't help it. Yeah, Captain Caveman. Captain Caveman. I don't remember how it goes. That's Birdman. Birdman. I've only seen Captain Caveman twice. It was a cartoon that my dad always said that he really liked, but he never put it on, so I never researched it. I wasn't gonna go looking for my dad's interests like Indiana Jones. Also, I think I'm gonna workshop the nickname for Daniel Jones, Indianapolis Jones. I think Indianapolis Jones is pretty good. It's a reference to Indy. Indiana Shag, yeah. I used to write Indiana Jones fan fiction when I was a kid. You can't only have 3 adventures. That doesn't make sense. We're going to take a few minutes. Just whatever that ends up being. Have I really been reading for 2 hours already? It hasn't been 2 hours. It has been 2 hours. Did I really read for 2 hours straight, unbroken? That doesn't feel right. Time flies. I feel like I should be embarrassed about that, but as a performer, I'm not. I'm a little tripped out that it's been 2.5 hours. 2.25.
I will, in future readings like this, I'll make a more positive effort to A, have my phone charged, and B, use my microphones. I have them. It's about the charge on my phone. But if I'm gonna, it's picking up that music, I bet, and it's gonna fucking copyright this, which is fine. I don't plan to monetize the readings. I really don't want ad revenue. I don't want residual revenue from the readings. Don't want it. I should. I got a feeling. I got a bad feeling. I was right. Hey! Did Greenie get it? Hey, Greenie got it this time. Cool. Thank you, Kat. That's random, but thank you for that. Weird. My chat. Thank you, Akira. You've rebooted 3 MRI machines? Wow. Time flies. Wow. My chat just had the weirdest glitch. It broke, but for everybody but Jeremiah. That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Okay. I mean, the 2 and a 16 is real. And that just felt like maybe 15 or 20 minutes. That did not feel like 2 hours. This is why I don't read in my personal life, guys. I don't know yet, man. I can't look that far ahead. 2 hours of my life just disappeared, Jeremiah. I can't look ahead. I don't know. I forgot last night that there was a game on Thursday night until 8:30. Sitting there telling Rach I need to go live, I need to communicate with you guys. I'm so fucking tired, I need to just go live. And then I go, fuck, it's 8:30, you gotta watch a game. You have commitments and responsibilities. Shit. I don't know. I don't know who's playing this weekend. The Bengals are playing a good team. I don't know. The Seahawk game is going to be good. I don't know, man. I don't know. I rely on you guys for that stuff. I rely on your favorite games. Believe it or don't believe it, but I rely on you Blue Crew a lot more than you think. I rely on you. I have delegated a lot to you guys. Yeah, I've sat out here long enough that my ice is all melted. I just saw that too. Oh fuck, we're not going to take a long break. I didn't put my laptop to sleep. It's probably sitting here using battery. I need to go into my laptop and fix its battery settings. I'm assuming that it's going to go to sleep. It did. Okay. Oh, you don't have anything to apologize for, man. Oh, you're not talking to me. That moved a lot faster all of a sudden than I thought it was going to. Okay. Yeah, give me a sec. I'm almost ready.
Yeah.
I am a creature of habit, and so I was walking over there to sit at the spot where I always sit, and my shit wasn't there, and I almost actually fainted. Nobody's gonna jack my shit from this spot, and there's security cameras over there anyway. But nobody's gonna jack my shit. Nobody wants my shit, and there's nobody here to jack it. There's just nobody around. Your friend is yanking your chain, Jeremiah. Damn, that was... I know what's different. I suspect you guys don't have questions, anything like that. That's funny. That's funny, KJ. I don't think you could get within a mile of my electronics before I started getting nervous that you were going to tell me that there's a better way I could do things. I have to explain to you that I am sure there is. But my personality is wrapped up in how I've got this shit managed. So I need about a mile. That's funny, KJ. The way you phrased it was funny. That was a callback. Very nice. I see you, Vicky. You gotta let me finish giving my friend praise before I say hi. Hi, Vicky. It's actually hot enough out here that my chapstick melted again. I always feel philosophical, but you're fine, Vicky. I was just being a bitch because I thought it would be funny, and it was funny to me. You didn't actually do the thing I was getting at you for. I always feel philosophical, Jeremiah. I'm sorry, Jeremiah. But I will be homeless for a full year on Monday coming. And this is what I was reading while I was preparing to be homeless. That's why I was feeling... I bought this. I had this delivered yesterday. I bought this from my business fund. That's why I'm sharing it with you. There were a few books I read, and there's one that I want to read on Monday. And I'm going to flinch away from it, so if I talk about it, I won't do it. Yeah, the idea is to bring you full circle, to revisit. I would have done this anyway. I like to visit books like this, in this way. I like to this is how I celebrate big events in my life, is by reading a book. The name of the book is The Consolation of Philosophy. The author is Boethius, from 528 AD. Yeah, I lost my trial last Monday. That's not true. I lost I lost clocks or circles. I lost my trial on Monday. Maybe it was the Monday previous, and I had 2 weeks. I think that's how it worked. I had 2 weeks. But I don't think it was 2 weeks. I think it was 7 days. Clocks are circles, but no, time is not a circle. Time is a dimension of measurement. Length, breadth, height, time. It's so like when Lady Sophia is chastising him that how can he bitch at fortune or fate or God or cat or this judge that he's homeless, that I'm going through whatever I'm going through. How can I bitch about it? I'm still alive. That's more than other people have got. Turns out I want a cigarette. So get to work. Do something. Boethius did the same thing. He wrote a comprehensive work on philosophy. Absolutely damning his time. Absolutely damning his time. And so I set about. I wonder if they notice. Probably not. They've been busy as shit the last week. Lulling me into a false sense of security while she reached for a rock. Well, who remembers Gilgamesh? Who remembers my Gilgamesh reading and Gilgamesh's curse to I wasn't prepared with these names today. Shamhat was the high priest of priestess of Inanna. Who remembers Gilgamesh's curse to Inanna? Who haven't you betrayed? Who of your lovers haven't you betrayed? Who haven't you brought high just to bring low? Think about Charlie Kirk. Who does fame bring high not to bring low? Think about Britney Spears. Think about cancel culture. Louis C.K. was at the height of comedy in a time when comedy was supposed to be dead. What happened? Who's ever dated a rich girl? Who's ever dated a girl who plays with daddy's money? Well, the death of a bull. Are you trying, Kathos, to reference what you're referencing? Do you know what you're referencing?
I'm asking because if you know, I want to go nice. And if you don't, I'm in the mood. Okay, do you know what he was referencing? I don't know Zahn, by the way. I don't know the name. Okay. I'm not, you, right now, I'm not condescending to Kathos. It's a genuine question. The other day when I asked, if you're around Castle of Mysteries or whatever, if I asked him if he was a Castle Perilous, I was condescending. He's referencing the king cult. He's referencing the sacred king cult of the ancient world. Timothy Zahn, is probably referencing the bull cult of the Minoans. But you don't kill bulls. You don't eat bulls. Bulls live an extremely leisurely and enviable life. Do you know anything about horse breeding, Kathos? Do you know anything about cattle breeding? These are genuine questions. I'm having a one-on-one with Kathos about this right now that you guys are allowed to observe, and I'm trying not to be condescending. I grew up around horse and cattle farms. One of my best friends used to talk my fucking ear off. Talk my ear off about how jealous he was of the bulls. So you know how pampered bulls are. So when you kill a bull, it's because his reproductive usefulness has run its end. Hey Alex, what up? I don't usually greet people who just greet the chat, but I'm in a mood today. It's a very great loss when you lose a good bull. So slaughtering a bull is a religious, it's metaphorical, it's ceremonial, it's magical. And so that's why I asked. You were right to use that metaphor, but did you know what you meant? Yeah. What they do for those bulls, that's money. That's real wealth wrapped up in those bulls. So the Indo-European people, our language family, we were the first to domesticate cattle and horses, and we figured out agriculture. It's been a real question for several hundred years, a real question how the Indo-European language family came to dominate world trade. Oh yeah, they live very leisurely, very enviable lives. The lives of ancient kings were a deliberate and ceremonial representation of the lives of bulls. Yeah. Deliberate. They lived as well as bulls. That's why Gilgamesh killed the bull of heaven. That's why Inanna sent the bull of heaven to humble Gilgamesh and Enkidu. This is a metaphor that still rings very resonant in rural America today. Rural America still lives exactly the same way we did, Indo-Europeans did, when we were building the Kurgans that the Russians are fighting over. Yeah. Yeah, Jeremiah. When men's rights guys talk about being a valuable male, they're talking about genetic superiority. Okay. Oh yeah. Wagyu is very rare. It's about rarity. It's about supply. And it's about demand. I'm trying to decide if the sun is going to be problematic or if I can continue reading out here, because I do want to stay out here. It's super nice. It is super nice. But I got to move my stuff out of the direct sunlight or it's going to catch fire. My electronic stuff will catch fire in the direct sunlight. Yeah, $400 for a steak. It's very rare. It's a strain. It's a genetic strain from Japan. That's what I know. I'm sure Kyle KJ knows more. I don't know how I like to get to KJ. KJ is easier to remember. Brain is starting to get tired. I'm gonna need this sandwich here soon. But we're gonna go inside and do something mind-numbing after this. I don't know what. I haven't decided. You guys are good at giving me ideas. Going to the protein bowl. I've got the Philly thing over here beside me. They actually put the mushrooms in it today and they're really good. Start with me, Rach. I'm allowed to like things that I wouldn't normally order. It doesn't make me open-minded. Sure, KJ. Artificial rarity is how I would describe that. Trying to cut down on bread. Okay. Bread's real good if what you want to do is put on body weight. Well, the idea of anthropomorphizing luck, driving
how do we do? Creating perception of risk sharing and drive pursuits of risky alternatives. It's kind of what Boethius is talking about. But I would probably argue with the essay. I would probably argue with the core thesis. I'd probably argue with it pretty vociferously. Because the anthropomorphization came after the perception of risk sharing, chronologically in time, so his thesis has to be wrong. This is why I say that history is wisdom. Like studying history is studying philosophy. Not studying philosophy, it is loving wisdom. Yeah, if you don't challenge it, even if your challenge is wrong, then nothing new comes, for sure. You probably have a history education. That sounds like something my ex-wife used to say all the time. But he has to be wrong. Like, the premise has to be false. Let's do a thought experiment. Let's do a thought experiment real quick. If you have a group and the group has been successful, but you want to get the group to share the risk of hunting larger game than what you're currently hunting, the way you would express that isn't by adding a fictional character to the conversation. Anthropomorphizing luck isn't even really what Fortuna is. Fortuna is a narrativization of luck. Hey, there you go, Greenie. You're one of the Shagonauts for real now. Fortuna isn't even really the narrativization, she's the rationalization. Yeah, you need to make it worth it to the group. So you explain to the group the benefit, and then you're done. You demonstrate the benefit. Lady Fortuna shows up when some people have more than others, and then the wider that gap, the more human Lady Fortuna needs to be. She's a way of explaining disparities in wealth and fortune. Well, wait a minute, because there was an historical. It's Fortuna is people going, wait a minute. There was an historical period in our time where we shared everything and nobody had private ownership and nobody had more than anybody else. What happened to that? And then somebody shows up and goes, well, Lady Fortuna decided that I get more than you did. That's what happened. And that didn't happen before the group was prosperous. That happened after the group had disparities in prosperity. Ooh, disparities in prosperity is that's a good one. What up, Opium? Two is so bad. No, thanks for engaging me on this subject, Kath. You provided me something to chew on. I used to call that a shaggy dog chew toy. That's sad that he didn't think it was funny, Greenie. I think it's funny. Well, and Kathos, if you think about it, even using the metaphor of a coin, you can't even begin to describe Fortuna as anthropomorphic before coins. Yeah, Sippin was around at the beginning of the stream, Alec. I can understand why somebody wouldn't get that, Greenie. But that's a bummer that he didn't even try to think it was funny or to engage you in it. That didn't seem necessary. Hey Hunter, what's up? Why is this happening? Maybe if he's a gigolo. That makes me feel good, Greenie. I'm sure it makes Jeremiah feel good too. He went to a lot of effort to find that. It's not easy to do that shit. I find it stupidly annoying to look through my old work to find clips like that. I don't have the temperament for video editing. I really don't. The sun's path in the sky is the most inconvenient it could possibly be. Doing all right, Hunter. Yeah, Rob Schneider had a minute where he was one of the very funniest people in Hollywood.
Yeah, it's hot where I'm at. Sun is out. Yeah. I've only seen one clip of Kill Tony, and he was being a dickhead on that. So it seems like he might be a dickhead IRL. Being funny in movies doesn't mean you're cool to hang out with. Hey, BN, what's up? I'm either in a really good place. I'm either in a really good place, or I'm in a deeply unsettled place. Because I meant to take 5 to 10 minutes and I've taken an hour. Who remembers being? I'm glad to hear that, Jeremiah. Every time I think I'm going to have a contrary opinion that risks our friendship, you just don't give a fuck what I think. I hate you. I gotta monitor the heat on my computer, my phone. But my laptop's battery is preserving itself. It's been an hour. 50 minutes. I stopped right at, it was like 2:13, so it's been like 40 minutes. But yeah, I looked up and I'm like, wow, okay. I'm either really stoned, which I know isn't the case, or I'm in a really good place, so I'm not watching the clock obsessively, or I'm in a really fucked up, I'm in a really disorganized kind of place. But it's nice out here. I was talking shit about Kill Tony the other day, Jeremiah. So every time I think I have an opinion that is gonna jeopardize you coming around here, you just don't give a fuck. You just don't. You don't. It doesn't affect you that I don't like Kill Tony, or that I didn't like Charlie Kirk, or whatever other thing. It just doesn't affect your ability to come around and be a shaganon. It's just a thing I was thinking about the other day. That's a powerful looking car. For sure, Opium, and you're allowed to like it. Whatever. And you're a Patriots fan too, right? And I used to be a Dolphins fan, so we just shouldn't be allowed to get along, Opium.
This sucks. God. I hate having to watch the fucking Chargers to watch Justin Herbert. Do you understand how bad that hurts me? Heard that, Kath. I value all you guys. God. That pick to end the game. I don't know who those people are, Greenie, but you're allowed to like them too. I don't want to take anything away from you guys. Bad friends? I don't know what that is. Oh wait, Theo's the redneck, right? I don't like him either. For sure, Jeremiah. That's my perspective, but that isn't always the perspective of everybody who likes my shit, which is confusing to me. Yeah, see, like you guys are I've been re-engaging with Tom Papa. Like we just like very different kinds of comedy. And that's okay. It's okay. Heard that. Heard that, Greenie. I used to watch a lot of the Neebs guys. Neebs Gaming. I used to watch a lot of that. Yeah, Louis C.K. was my favorite comedian for a long time. I don't know Matt Rife. I don't have any interactions with them, no, Jeremiah. I don't have any reason to. Carlin's dead, so he can't be my favorite. Sam Kennison. Ladybugs, Rodney Dangerfield. I don't know. George Carlin spent a lot of time fighting Tipper Gore. I don't think he would have got canceled. He's a good writer. I think that's what you guys are missing in the difference in today's comedy and George Carlin, for example, is Carlin was a good writer. The comedians you guys are all talking about, they all sell a personality and identity. They sell a style of rhetoric. They sell clapter, and they sell racism. So none of it's actually comedy. It's all just low-hanging fruit. Dave Chappelle fucks teenagers. And most of them are scumbags. Holier than thou scumbags, because they think that they're doing the highest form of art. Jeff Dunham. I'm glad you like Dunham. Dunham, when he first came out, when Comedy Central first endorsed him, Dunham was some of the funniest shit I'd ever seen. And then he got played out hard. So that you like him, I'm glad. Because his show has expanded, his career has continued. But that one special, man, he played those bits all the way out. And good for him. He got all the money. Good for him. I have nothing bad to say about Dunham. I don't like the other one that was in all those movies at the time, though. Was he also a Drake? I like Ron White a lot. I haven't kept up with Ron White's career since the special he did after the second Blue Collar Comedy Tour. He recycles too much material. Cat Williams' whole bit is antithetical to my existence. Larry was a no from me immediately. Larry was an instant no. Well, yeah, too many of these comedians lean into thinking they can get away with saying things because they're whatever protected community. That's not comedy. It's like the fat guy on SNL making all those fat jokes and then killing himself because he hated that he was the fat guy on SNL. And it's like, well, make a joke that's not a I'm a fat guy joke. Like there's that Asian guy on that community of comedian podcast, and the only thing they ever do is make fun of the fact that he's an Asian because they think they can get away with it because he's their Asian friend. And it's like, you can even see on his face that joke is played. It's played out. It was played out in grade school. Yes, my eyes are different than yours. Go fuck yourself. Chris Farley's the fat guy I was talking about. Yeah, Jeremiah. Yeah, but you don't OD because you're happy. You're not eating that much heroin because you're pleased with your creative output, because you like your friends. That's why David Spade carries that death so hard. You don't live like that because you love your friends. I used to really like Conan. He can be an asshole in person though. But Conan's consistently funny, and he's been consistently funny. I've only heard that he got banned. I haven't heard the joke. I need to hear the joke. I don't like it when a comedian gets banned ever though. I've never thought Kimmel was funny though. So if Kimmel was a joke that was played and they replace him with someone who's funny, then it was just Kimmel got himself fired by not being funny in the wrong time. Kimmel has relied on his writers as long as I've known Kimmel existed. Kimmel is one of the first to rely on their personality and not their ability to write jokes. Well, no, not free speech right. He worked for a company, and if the company didn't think the joke was funny and they want to replace him with somebody they think is funny, the company is allowed to do whatever the fuck they want with their time slot. Just like I'm allowed to mute people, the company is allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. And if he lost them money with a bad joke, they're allowed to cut ties with somebody who wasn't a big draw in the first place. It's not like Fox killed him. And in fact, the Johnny Depp and dumb shit, their whole civil suit was about this argument. She infringed on his First Amendment rights by making sure that he couldn't get work by lying about him. If Fox lied about Kimmel, then he's got a libel suit and he can get his job back, and then he can tell him to suck a dick, I don't want it anyway, and take his severance package. That can all happen. All of that is defended in his First Amendment right, because it wasn't the government that shut him down. Trump can't actually shut him down. Trump can't actually put enough pressure on Fox, the corporation, on Disney to shut him down. But Disney might have decided that joke just wasn't funny. In the same way they decided that the chick that looked good in the armor didn't get to be political with their money. Disney's allowed to do that. I'm allowed to do that. You're allowed to do that. If you're a business owner and your employee says something you don't like, you're allowed to fire them. Especially if their job is to say things you like. It's in every one of you that has an employment contract. You're not allowed to talk shit about your employer on social media. Every one of you can be terminated for that. Every one of you can be terminated for things that you say on social media in your employment contract. Read it. Every one of you. That is in no way infringes upon your First Amendment right, especially when it's in your contract. He signed a contract with Fox to be funny, with whoever it was, with Disney to be funny. And he said something Disney thought wasn't funny. Disney's allowed to can him. I don't know what he said. It probably wasn't funny. Kimmel's not funny. It hadn't been funny. I never understood how Kimmel kept that job. And I never understood how Kimmel kept his job during the whole thing, the late night wars with Conan and Leno and Letterman. I never understood why that all played out the way it did and Kimmel kept his gig. Could not figure it out the whole time it was happening. Oh, interesting. He pointed out that the current administration is liberal, and it got him canned. That's interesting. Look, Kathos, don't take your opinions from a fucking corporation. Done. Who gives a fuck what Disney does or thinks, so long as no one dies? I don't care. They're a fucking theme park company. Give a fuck what they think. You just heard my guy Boethius explain that corporations and rich people don't actually get to decide what's good. They don't actually. They're going to try, but they don't get to. They don't actually. And Disney isn't anti-Semitic. The corporation isn't anti-Semitic. The man who is dead and doesn't make decisions for the corporation was anti-Semitic. Was. Past tense. He is dead. He isn't anything but dead now. Same goes for Charlie Kirk. He isn't anything. He isn't doing anything but being dead now. Death has a very real finality in that way. Disney wants you to sit in theme park rides and buy hotel rooms. They don't want you thinking about whether the current administration is actually leftist, liberal extremists. They don't want you thinking about that. I know you're chill and that it's good. It's American politics. That's exactly right, Kathos. I'm also chill. I just use extreme language like, who gives a fuck? Who cares? Because there's an answer. There's an answer. The shareholders of Disney care. Direct employees of Disney care. You and I have no reason to give a fuck so long as the product that we receive is the product that we paid for. If it's not the product that we paid for, then we get to bitch. We get to bitch when we wanted a white mermaid. We just wanted a white mermaid. We didn't want to think about little dead brown girls. Millions of people have probably been fired over the history of humanism, thinking that they could talk shit about their corporation. Billions. The number doesn't matter. The idea is that people don't understand that free speech, your First Amendment protection of free speech in the United States, not anywhere else, in the United States, is a protection from the government. It's not a protection from your employer. That's deliberate. Fuck. Read John Maynard Keynes. I have. It is not protected for your employer or your YouTube channel. I'm employed by Google. They have demonetized and turned off certain of my videos that you can no longer see for things I've said. And they have that right. It's their channel. It's their platform. Oh, sure. Because your free speech protects you from the government. From the government. Sure. From the government. It doesn't protect you from your employer. You represent your employer. So if your employer says, if you say things that your employer disagrees with, your employer is allowed to terminate business with you. Hey TT, what's up? Haven't seen you in a while. You have free speech. I grab all. Heard that. I warned you either yesterday or the day before that I was going to be taking these social issues on the chin. That this is why my channel is. Well, Kathos. Your government can compel your speech. Your government in Canada is allowed to compel your speech. That's why there are so many Canadian political refugees in Florida right now. It's not how that works, Jeremiah. It's not how it works, man. Just not how that works. There are no consequences to your speech. Re the government. Canada doesn't have free speech. Your government can compel you to speak. Your government can put you in prison for saying things your government doesn't like. In Canada, you don't have free speech. Your speech is limited. It's censored. Your government censors your news all the time. Governments had constitutions all the way back to democratic Athens. The Constitution, sure, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying your government can compel your speech. That's not free speech. If your government can put you in prison for what you say, you don't have freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is the freedom to disagree with the government. Technically, those anytime they on the radio and it's compelled by the government over profanity, that's technically an infringement on that artist's freedom of speech. Yeah, that is a bummer. It's a bummer, TTFU. Freedom of speech is specifically that you can criticize your government without going to prison. Fuck the Dolphins is right. Yoda. God damn it. For sure, Kathos. For sure. But hate speech has been left undefined. Deliberately. Yeah, I had to break up with the Dolphins over Tua. Yoda. Nobody hates the Dolphins more than Dolphins fans. Fuck. Tua's so bad at football. He's just so bad. I hate seeing Reek work so fucking hard. Not another concussion. He's just not good at football. Just can't read a defense. I swear to God, when he throws a spot ball, he just closes his eyes. I swear to God, he closes his eyes and just throws the ball. Like everything is a no look when he's throwing a spot pass. Throwing a ball to a spot in the defense. I swear to God, he's closing his eyes. How do you throw that out route to Reek when he's laying on the ground? How do you not clutch it? Fuck, he never pumps anything. Never pumps anything. He makes me crazy. Watching him just makes me hate football. I can't watch this. He takes Hail Mary way too literally. And the Dolphins have got to sell. I can't watch the Dolphins and take them seriously. I can't root for them until Stephen Ross sells. Yeah, TTFU. The Bama quarterbacks being so sheltered because they're surrounded by NFL quality everything. Jalen Waddle is a very good wide receiver who is going underutilized in Miami, and it pisses me off. I haven't seen Bill in a while. I haven't seen him in about 20 days. Hunter. Hey, Rach. And I swear to God, Mike McDaniel, he just tries to piss me off. I swear to God, his play calls just try to piss me off. Your hot hand, you've got that Gordon kid. Ali Gordon, whatever. You got this kid, he's the hot hand. He's just destroying their defensive line. Looks so good out there. And then you call 4 pass plays in a row. Why? You have clock. And then he's got Reek right open on that post, and he airmails it, so he has to jump up for it. Whatever. If he could read the defense at all, TTFU. If you had Herbert in that offense, I don't care what the offensive line is doing. There's somebody open on every play. You can watch it. You can see it happening. These dudes are open. They're too good not to be open. I don't like undersized quarterbacks. I say, as I think that Baker's my favorite. Put Baker in that offense. They just don't believe in him. Like if you watch the first half, the Dolphins offense gave up around Tua. They gave up around him. And then the defense was just so good in that second half. I think what's going to happen, hear me out. I think that Anthony Weaver's going to get the interim. And if Ross is on his game, if he's learned from his last 2 serious coaching mistakes, he keeps Anthony Weaver. Because that defense played their butts off with absolutely nobody in the secondary. They were pulling people out of the stands to cover that Bills pass attack, and Joe Judge didn't want to try it. He didn't want to test it. That's scheme. That's scheme, and that's effort. And his last 2 interims are head coaches right now that are vying for Super Bowls. Todd Bowles, Dan Campbell. That's what I would do. That's what I would do after watching these first 3 weeks. But you got to give McDaniel a chance. If they fall to 0-6, he's got to go. You got to go. You can't be 0-6 and your head coach survive this deep into his career. Can't happen. Cannot happen. You're just telling your fan base that worse than mediocrity is acceptable. And if they cut bait with McDaniel, they've got to trade Judon and Chubb. They got to let those guys chase a championship. They're only on the Dolphins because they were in win now mode. If they fall to 0-6, those guys, they got to trade those guys. It's not fair to their careers. My day's going great, Zoinks. It's not fair to their careers. Chubb is too good. Chubb is too good. He's a one-man wrecking crew. And there are Super Bowl adjacent teams. There are playoff ready teams right now that could use a guy that can produce 12 sacks, 16 sacks. Like the Rams don't want more pass rush? You kidding me? That's me. Love you too, Kathos. Thank you for letting me quibble with your information sources. Is that who they play, Minnesota? I can't look that far ahead, Hunter. I forgot there was a game yesterday until 8:30 p.m. I missed the first 2 drives. It smells good out here all of a sudden. It smells like a fat girl. More specifically, a fat girl's car. It smells like the perfume inside a fat girl's car. What does that mean, Rach? I did see Burrow got hurt, Hunter. It's a bummer. Tore a bunch of ligaments in his toe. I said in order for it to be a 3-month injury, he about had to rip the fucking thing off. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, why, whoa. Thank you, James. Love you. No, I think the Bengals are going to be fine, actually. I think the Bengals are going to be fine. If you scroll forward 3 months, their second contest with the Bengals is that Sunday. So if he comes back the week after that, that's mid-December. If he comes back after that and they're at 500 even, he can get them in the playoffs. Come out, win out with Burrow. He can get them in a Super Bowl if they're healthy. Understood. Whoa, heard that, Rage. Just said that right after I mentioned a fat girl, so I was hoping that you weren't thinking something. Yeah, Bengals management has a hit on Burrow. Nah. Sometimes I wonder whether the people who comment on football, I'm not talking about you guys. Understand what I'm about to say might hurt your feelings, and I don't mean you. Sometimes I think the people who comment on football don't understand the game of football. When you play a quarterback like Joe Burrow, Dan Marino, Brett Favre, Bart Starr, the only thing you can do is pressure them. You can't bring 4 every play. You have to bring 5 or 6 every play. Every play. You have to get them on the ground. You have to hurt them. It doesn't matter how good your offensive line is. You have to rattle that fucking guy. The difference between every quarterback who's ever played the game at a high level and Tom Brady is that Tom Brady only got hurt once, and he got the ball out before he could get hit, and he learned to fall so that he wouldn't get hurt at an elite level. That's the only difference. Tom protected himself by throwing that fucking ball away. Dirt that fucking thing right there. They always had somebody for him to dirt the ball to if he got pressured. His whole career. There was somebody around for him to just fucking kill this play. Even if it's 3rd down and we're down big. Fuck it, dirt it, move on. Nah, you're being funny, KJ, but I'm serious. The difference in Tom Brady and every other quarterback that's ever played at an elite level is that Tom would dirt the ball. Tom was not living to fight another down, Tom was living to fight another down every down. Tom wasn't running around back there like an asshole. Their Super Bowl losses
where Tom running around back there like an asshole. If you have a pass rush, it doesn't matter if you've got Mahomes or Brady or whoever the next future guy is. It doesn't matter who your opponent has. If you've got a pass rush, you win. That's my point, TT. Tom got rid of the ball to protect himself and the offense, but most specifically to protect himself. Sure, KJ, but it wasn't even that. He was protecting himself and the offense because he would dirt the ball. There was no shame in Tom in taking it incomplete. Just dirt the ball. Dirt it. Throw it at somebody's feet. Make sure it's not an incompletion or a fumble. Sack fumble. Think of all Tom's huge losses. Sack fumbles. If you've got a pass rush, your opponent's done. Your opponent is done. If they can't get ahead of you. If they can't get way over you, they're done. It's over. Game over. That's why you got to be able to run the ball in the playoffs. Because you can't drop back and pass 35 times. You can't. It's impossible. You will lose. Unless you've got early career Patrick Mahomes before the ankle. The reason Lamar and Allen can't win in the playoffs is because their mechanics go to shit when they're under pressure. It made them boring to watch, but you know what it gave both of them, both Mannings? Multiple Super Bowls appearances. Yeah, it's not fun to watch. Whatever. Who cares? It's what beats defenses. Because the defenders, they complain, oh, all the rules benefit the offense. Because this game is impossible to score in. This game is impossible to score in the rules. It's impossible to get a first down. That's why it's called football. Because you're punting every 5 minutes. It's supposed to be 2 yards in a cloud of dust. Run your guy into those other guys and hope somebody misses a tackle. Sure, but you know what those guys don't have, TTFU? A lot of Super Bowls. Bradshaw's the exception, but Bradshaw didn't have the Super Bowls because he was slinging it. Bradshaw will tell you right now, he had those Super Bowls because he handed that fucking ball off. He had those Super Bowls because of Frankie, the Italian. A good D always beats the offense in the rule set, Jeremiah. That's why the other day, and I'll be saying this for the rest of my life, but that's why the other day at halftime, they asked Tomlin why his team was down. On week 1, they asked Tomlin why his team was down, and he goes, look, early in the season, you're gonna see a lot of schematic stuff you don't have film for yet. So early in the season, winning football is about whooping blocks and finishing tackles. Whooping blocks, finishing tackles. That's football. If you finish tackles, wide receivers will get tired. Infrequently, who I can't see your name. I'm sorry. I won't be able to see it until it's about 5 rows. Just from where the sun is hitting it. Infrequently. The last time I drank beer, I woke up in such a foul mood, I almost deleted my channel. So infrequently. It puts me in a fucking bad mood to be drunk. Like, watch soccer. Soccer and NFL football deviated. The rule sets, the core rule sets deviated at about the same time. The forward pass is a later addition to the American rule set. We didn't want to play that girly kick the ball thing. If you look at soccer and their scores, that's what NFL football used to be like. 13 to 9. It used to be called football because all you ever scored was field goals. Now that there's a huge international audience watching it mostly on screens the size of the one you're watching me on, they need a lot of offense. Mo. Well, it's a depressant, Mo. They need lots of offense. Mahomes brought a lot of people to the game because Tom Brady chased a lot of people away. In the same way that, what's his name? 3-point guy? They call him light skin. Uh, I need to be able to pull these names out of my head because I'm wearing a basketball hat. I've got Kyrie Irving, and that's wrong. Curry, Steph. Thank you, Steph Curry. The way he drove a lot of people away from the game at the height of the Warriors' dominance, Tom Brady drove people away for 20 years. So the NFL is really leaning into the fact that there's no established super veteran. I know it is. I was using the NBA as a more recent and more damaging to the sport example of what I was talking about. Curry almost killed the NBA. Not Curry, the Warriors. Their dominance over that 5-year span almost killed the NBA's viewership. I don't watch soccer, no. I follow the NFL. The NFL is the only sport I actually like. Basketball frustrates me. I was watching women's basketball. I was watching the college women's championship, assuming from this year, NBA. And one of those girls was awesome. She was awesome to watch. She carried the team on her back. Well, the three-pointers are the only thing I would be watching because it doesn't make any sense that nobody goes for three. It's what we were talking about with the NFL. The NFL is called football. The sport's called football because the only thing that anybody ever scored. It should be called the Touchdown Football League or the Touchdown League, the National Touchdown League. Because why the fuck would you go for anything but 6 points? And then why the hell would you go for anything but the 2? In my mind, until you're up. So why would you shoot anything but threes? Well, yeah, dog walking in the NBA is what I would have done if I followed the NBA. If I coached in the NBA, I would have dog walked these rules. It'd be easy for me. That's why I don't like the game. Not Caitlin Clark, no. It was Columbia University versus like Wyoming or something like that. It was college. It was a college March Madness. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, Yoda, is that game the game of basketball doesn't lend itself to being an interesting sport where everybody's doing anything different. Everybody's watched high school basketball. You give it to your best player and you let him score until the other team is tired of trying to keep up. That's how you play basketball. That's how you've always played basketball. And then not being able to shoot pisses me off. Has the goal moved? (1961) they added the 3-point because it's a fucking boring game. It's maybe fun to play. It's stupid boring to watch. And the stakes are next to nothing in the regular season, and there are only stakes in Game 5 of the playoffs, of any of the series. So the game has very low stakes, extremely high score point totals, and very little athleticism happening at any given moment. It's an extremely boring game. What's the point? The court's only 100 feet long. What's the point in defense? What's the point in shooting anywhere but half court? Has the rim moved since they were little kids? I don't think so. Playing under the rim is an attempt to be physical like football.
If they wanted to play a physical game, they'd have played football. Like, what's his name? LeBron grew up playing tight end. His dream was to play tight end in the NFL, but he chose basketball because he could make more money and his career would be longer. He would be less likely to get injured. And there's next to no film study in basketball. There's no stakes. Who gives a fuck whether we win or lose? It's like 400 games. So they don't practice, KJ? They've never practiced on a pro rim? Maybe, but that's what I'm telling you, Yoda. It was a decent alternative to the NFL because it was physical. Yeah, at least we don't use the peach basket and have to have somebody poke it up out of there. Like, maybe this needs a hole. No, the game can improve. That's what I'm saying. The game can absolutely improve. But a backward evolution always makes games worse, Yoda. I haven't actually eaten my lunch, Angela. I had my fries. My sandwich is still over there. I haven't determined to manage my time like an adult today. I've been just soaking up the sun and the irresponsibility of knowing I got a full battery and that my laptop is fine. Honestly. If I'm dropping truth bombs. No, my dad was a sports dad, so I played all these games. Heard that, Kathos. Cool. I hear you, KJ. Maybe, but they're professionals. They should be able to get over it. Nah, she knows what's up. I have extensively explained my eating habits to Rage. I've been smoking too many cigarettes to feel hungry. And I smoke cigarettes as an appetite suppressant and a stress reliever. I'm too stressed out to eat. I won't be able to take the time to enjoy it. I don't like to be distracted and doing multiple things while I'm eating. I like to just focus on the food, and I haven't been able to put myself into that cognitive space today. I'm kind of all over the place. I'm on 2 different timelines right now, Angela. You don't need to understand what that's like, but if you would like to try, if you've ever experienced a record player like a 72, it would be like if one of the filaments of the needle was a full track behind in the song. Every song you played. That's how I feel right now. So I'm just, eating is not one of my concerns. But I ate a whole mess of French fries. So I'm good. Thank you for your concern. I get it, KJ. I get it. What you're saying, I do. Because, for example, the NFL has different catch rules than college. So receivers like the Steelers, kickoff returner on Sunday, didn't know that the NFL rules for kickoffs are different than in college. If the ball lands anywhere on the field, but especially if it lands in the end zone, a return, someone has to land on it for the play to end. Dude didn't know that. It hits him in the head, bounces off his helmet, lands in the end zone, and he doesn't go after it. No Steelers player goes after it. So I think it was the Ravens, well, whoever their opponent was, is able to cover it up in the end zone. That's 7 points. So mental errors happen. I'm conditioned by the NFL because of how few games there are to the strictness of the stakes of every game and knowing every rule and knowing the adjustments to the field size, for example. You make way too much money to call yourself a professional and not be able to sink a basket. Just not spend the time necessary to retrain your body. You're a professional now. Figure it the fuck out. But to your point with music, there are bands that still play the same 3 chords because they're just unwilling to learn the instrument. But they call themselves professionals. Yeah, the mental errors as a professional boggle the mind. Maybe it can't be adjusted to as quickly. I'm just saying, they're professionals. If they don't adjust to it ever, that bothers me. It's a sport I can't watch. If the standard isn't to adjust by your second year, and the standard in the NFL is to adjust by your second year. It's called NFL, not for long, for a reason. The average length of an NFL career is 3 years. Figure it out. Or go fucking do dishes somewhere. We're paying you way too much money. And that's why the NFL is the most superior product. That's why I watch it. That's why I freak out about it. That's why I let it get into my emotions like this. Because the stakes matter. The emotional stakes matter. That's what I mean. I'm not talking about the money. There is a huge amount of money just in the games themselves. And ticket sales. There's a huge amount of money to be made between wins and losses. But just the emotional stakes. A lot of people come here crushed. I came here very upset about a loss. Their favorite team loses and they can be crushed for days over it emotionally. The stakes matter. Whereas a basketball game, you've got a couple of days to bounce back, whatever. Who cares? And so as far as the narrative, the story of it all, as it's all unfolding, I just find the NFL more interesting. It's not supposed to sound like that, dudes. It's just not supposed to sound like that. If that's how you feel, Kathus. Yeah, that was a very loud SUV. They're not supposed to be that loud. I'm assuming a muffler problem. Because that's the same make and model, and it was not nearly that loud. That hurt. Oh, God. You ever have a sneeze that dislodges an eye? I just did. That hurt. Thank you, Angela. Fucked your back up with a sneeze? That's embarrassing? That's funny. For sure. Alright, well, I was going to sit here to see if the sun went to a more convenient location, or if the dining room was going to empty out. And neither of those things is going to happen today. So, let me plug back in. And I think I'm going to do... Ow! Fuck you. Damn it. I think I'm going to do some more reading. Coffrey had to walk 10 feet to pick up a lung. Heard that. I think I'm going to do some more reading. I think I've touched base today. My phone is going to set fucking fire any minute now, though. I don't know what that means, Rach. Now you've got me wondering what you've gone and done. What have you done? Okay. I don't remember where we are. I guess it tells me from book 2. We're in chapter 6. I'm just going to start over, because this isn't for posterity. This is for me. I want to read this, and I want to share it with you as something that's important to me. It's important to my path, how I became this specific thing. Okay, well now you got me, because I didn't get a notification for whatever you did. So give me a second. I see. You bought me Weavers, Potters, and Scribes, the book that's been burning a hole in my brain for years. Thank you. I've wanted to read that just like I wanted to read this, or like I wanted to read Gregory. There are books that I want to have read. And that's one of them. I don't know if it's going to be good, but I like when the scholars that are writing about women's history, especially women's archaeology, are women. Because I don't know if you know this, but men and women are very different. Very different. Well, now I got to pick out a new book to put in my description. Rach over here giving me homework. I didn't snap at you. Don't tell me what to do. Yeah, I said bitch. We're not going to get a whole lot more of these. Maybe a month more. But October usually ends pretty rough around here. So I'm just soaking it in while I can get it on my skin. Getting my last sunburn of the season. Alright, book 6. I believe that this is still Lady Sophia speaking. It has to be. Heard that, Rach? I should like to say something about the dignities of high office and the exercise of power, but I am at a loss because, in your ignorance of the true nature of power and dignities, people like you exalt themselves to high heaven in virtue, or of the offices they hold. Now, whenever high office has fallen into the hands of wicked men, the disaster has been greater than flood or volcanic eruption. You remember, I am sure, how, principle of freedom, though it had been, your ancestors wanted to abolish the consulship because of the arrogance of the consuls. Just as before,
that the same arrogance had led them to abolish the title of king. If, on the other hand, the very rare case arises when these offices fall to honest men, surely the only aspect of them which finds favor is the honesty of the men who hold the offices. It follows, if this is so, that honor is not accorded to virtue because of the office held, but to the office because of the virtue of the holder. However, let us examine this much lauded and much sought after power of yours. You creatures of earth, don't you stop to consider the power over whom you think you exercise authority? You would laugh if you saw a community of mice, as one mouse arrogating to himself power and jurisdiction over the others. Again, think of the human body. Could you discover anything more feeble than man, when often even a tiny fly can kill him either by its bite or by creeping into some inward part of him? The only way one man can exercise power over another is over his body, and what is inferior to it, his possessions. You cannot impose anything on a free mind, and you cannot move from its state of inner tranquility a mind at peace with itself and firmly founded on reason. The tyrant Nearchus thought he would be able to torture the philosopher Zeno into betraying his fellow conspirators in a plot against his person. But Zeno bit off his own tongue and threw it in the face of the enraged tyrant. This is footnoted. Boethius does not give the name of the tyrant or the philosopher. Diogenes Laertius tells the story of Zeno of Elea, who was afterwards pounded to death in a mortar. But he tells a similar story of Anaxarchus of Abdera and the Cypriot tyrant Nicocreon. According to the scholiast, the philosopher concerned was Anaxagoras. Whatever, it was so long before he wrote this that it could have been many people. Whatever. Nearchus, says she, had thought the tortures an occasion for barbarity, but Zeno made them an opportunity for heroism. There is nothing, in fact, which one man can do to another which he cannot himself suffer at the hands of someone else. We have the story of how the Egyptian king Busiris used to put strangers to death until he himself was killed by a stranger in the person of Hercules. And in the First Punic War, your general Regulus put fetters on many a Carthaginian prisoner of war, but not long afterwards was himself holding out his hands to receive a conqueror's chains. And can you then consider it power at all, when a man cannot ensure that someone does not inflict on him what he can inflict on others? If, furthermore, in these dignities and powers there was some natural and intrinsic good, they would never fall into the hands of evil men, since incompatible things do not usually associate, and nature rejects the combination of opposites. There is no doubt, then, that for the most part it is evil men who hold the offices, and it is therefore clear that these are not intrinsically good, since they admit of being associated with evil men. And the same may be properly concluded in the case of all fortune's gifts, since they fall in greater abundance on all the most wicked people. There is another point to be considered about them. No one doubts that a man in whom he has seen evidence of bravery is brave. A man endowed with speed is manifestly speedy. In the same way, music makes a man a musician, medicine makes him a doctor, and rhetoric makes him an orator. For it is the nature of anything to perform the office proper to it. It does not become mixed up in the operations of contrary things, and actually repels opposites. But riches are unable to quench insatiable greed. Power does not make a man master of himself if he is imprisoned by the indissoluble chains of wicked lusts. And when high office is bestowed on unworthy men, so far from making them worthy, it only betrays them and reveals their unworthiness. Did you catch that? Someone said to me, they were trying to be philosophical, and they said to me that opposites attract. When in fact, says Lady Sophia, where was that line? It does not become mixed up in the operations of contrary things and actually repels opposites. Opposites repel. The reason for this is that you are accustomed to using the wrong words to refer to things which are by nature otherwise, and are easily proved to be so by their very operation. So neither riches, power, nor high office can properly be called by these words. Precisely. And lastly, we may reach the same conclusion about fortune as a whole. She has nothing worth pursuing and no trace of intrinsic good. She never associates with good men and does not turn into good men those with whom she does associate. We know the ruin Nero wrought, when Rome was fired and great men killed. By brother's hand his brother slain, he dripped with blood from his mother spilled. A practice eye o'er the corpses he rolled, with never a tear to wet his cheek. Cool connoisseur of beauty cold. The empire that he held in sway extended then from eastern dawn to where sun sinks at close of day. Its northern march where the two bears stand, its southern bounds where the parched south wind burns and bakes the arid sand. Could this high power stretched east and west check Nero's frenzied lunacy? Too often fate by all abhorred to savage poison adds the sword. 7. Then I spoke to her and said that she was well aware of how little I had been governed by worldly ambition. I had sought the means of engaging in politics so that virtue should not grow old, unpraised. And that, she replied, is the one thing that could entice minds endowed with natural excellence, though not yet perfected with the finishing touch of complete virtue, the desire for glory, the thought of being famed for the noblest of services to the state. But just think how puny and insubstantial such fame really is. It is well known, and you have seen it demonstrated by astronomers, that beside the extent of the heavens, the circumference of the earth has the size of a point. That is to say, compared with the magnitude of the celestial sphere, it may be thought of as having no extent at all. The surface of the world then is small enough, and of it, as you have learnt from the geographer Ptolemy, approximately 1/4 is inhabited by living beings known to us. So, just real quickly, for anyone who wants to argue with me that in the medieval world and before, they actually thought the world was flat, I want to be very clear. He just told us that they knew the exact circumference of the planet, the exact diameter, rather, of the planet, and he just said here that you know for a fact that the planet itself isn't even a pinprick to the actual universe in which it resides. They knew how far away those stars were. The surface of the world then is small enough, and of it, as you have learnt, I need to make sure that, okay, that was their car. From the geographer Ptolemy, approximately 1/4 is habited by living beings known to us. If from this quarter you subtract in your mind all that is covered by sea and marshes and the vast area made desert by lack of moisture, then scarcely the smallest regions is left for men to live in. This is the tiny point within a point, shut in and hedged about, in which you think of spreading your fame and extending your renown, as if a glory constricted within such tight and narrow confines could have any breath or splendor. I used to say, it may still say in my profile, that my God is glory, glory, glory supreme. Remember, too, that this same narrow enclosure in which we live is the home of many nations, which differ in language, customs, and their whole way of life. Because of the difficulty of the journey, the difference of speech, and the infrequence of travel, even the renown of great cities does not reach them, let alone the fame of individuals. Cicero mentions somewhere that in his time the fame of Rome had still not penetrated the Caucasus Mountains, although the empire was then fully grown and an object of fear to the Parthians and other peoples in the east. Surely you see then how cramped and confined the fame is which you are toiling to spread and propagate. You cannot expect the reputation of one of her citizens to succeed in penetrating regions which the glorious name of Rome cannot reach. And this is where anyone who wants to make the argument that Boethius is a Christian has to be wrong, because Christian proselytization is in fact spreading the glory of Jesus. And what about the fact that the manners and customs of different peoples are so unlike that different peoples will consider the same thing praiseworthy or punishable? A man may be pleased at the publication of his fame abroad, but among many peoples it may not be to his benefit at all to have his reputation spread. So a man will be content when he is famous throughout his own people, and his bright immortal fame will be confined within the bounds of a single nation. Many men have been famous in their time, but their memory has perished because there were no historians to write about them. And yet the very histories are of little use when like their authors, they become lost in the depths of time, which make all things obscure. When you think of your future fame, you think you are creating for yourself a kind of immortality. But if you think of the infinite recesses of eternity, you have little cause to take pleasure in any continuation of your name. The span of a single second can be compared with 10,000 years, but minute though it may be, it still has a value in proportion because each is a finite measure of time. But 10,000 years or any multiple of it, however great, cannot be compared with unending eternity. For while finite things can be compared with one another, the finite and the infinite can never be compared. So however protracted the life of your fame, when compared with unending eternity, it is shown to be not just little, but nothing at all. You, however, don't know how to act uprightly, except with an eye to popular favor and empty reputation. You ignore those excellent qualities, a good conscience and virtue, and pursue your reward in the common gossip of people. Listen, while I tell you how cleverly someone once ridiculed the shallowness of this kind of conceit. A certain man once made a virulent attack on another man for falsely assuming the title of philosopher, more in order to satisfy his overweening pride than to practice virtue, and added that he would accept that the title was justified if the man could suffer attacks upon him with patience and composure. For a time he did assume patience, and after accepting the insults asked, with a sneer, whether the other now agreed that he was a philosopher. "I would," came the reply, "if you had not spoken." But it is great men we are considering, men who seek fame for virtue. What do they care about reputation when the body grows lifeless and death which ends all things? If the whole of man dies, body and soul, a belief which our reason forbids us, fame is nothing at all, since the man who is said to have won it doesn't exist. But if the mind stays conscious when it is freed from the earthly prison and seeks out heaven and freedom, surely it will despise every earthly affair. In the experience of heaven, it will rejoice in its delivery from earthly things. Let him whose headstrong thoughts no other end, then praise, nor higher purpose contemplate, than fame, the width and breadth of heaven regard, and with the narrow earth their magnitude compare. This narrow circle of the world, O shame, his spreading glory cannot fill. Why do the proud endeavor to escape the destined yoke of man's mortality? Fame may diffuse to peoples far remote, as she spreads, may loosen tongues of men. The house may shine with honors radiant, but leveler death, despising glory's pride and scorn of rank, abases all alike. The mighty to the humble equal made, where now the bones of staunch Fabricius? Where lies unending Cato? Brutus, where? A little fame lives on inscribed in stone, a line or two of empty reputation. We know their splendid names, but not their selves. You too lie utterly unknown to men, and no renown can render you well known. For if you think that fame can lengthen life by mortal famousness immortalized, the day will come that takes your fame as well, and there a second death awaits for you in hell. I added that part. 8. But I don't want you to think I am rigidly opposed to fortune, for there are times when she stops deceiving. I actually cannot see the screen anymore because of where the sun is. Let me see if I can fix that. Putting it directly at the I can. Hey, what's up, Yusra? For there are times When she stops deceiving and helps man. I mean, when she reveals herself, when she throws off her disguise and admits her game. Perhaps you still don't understand what I'm saying. What I want to say is a paradox, and so I am hardly able to put it into words. For bad fortune, I think, is more use to a man than good fortune. Good fortune always seems to bring happiness, but deceives you with her smiles, whereas bad fortune is always truthful, because by change she shows her true fickleness. Good fortune deceives, but bad fortune enlightens. With her display of specious riches, good fortune enslaves the minds of those who enjoy her, while bad fortune gives men release through the recognition of how fragile a thing happiness is. And so you can see fortune in one way capricious, wayward, and ever inconstant, and in another way sober, prepared, and made wise by the experience of her own adversity. And lastly, by her flattery, good fortune lures men away from the path of true good, but adverse fortune frequently draws men back to their true good, like a shepherdess with her crook. Do you think it is of small account that this harsh and terrible misfortune has revealed those friends whose hearts are loyal to you? She has shown you the friends whose smiles were true smiles, and those whose smiles were false. In deserting you, fortune has taken her friends with her, and left those who are really yours. Had you remained untouched and, as you thought, blessed by fortune, you would have been unable to get such knowledge at any price. So you are weeping over lost riches when you have really found the most precious of all riches, friends who are true friends. The world, in a constant change, maintains a harmony, and elements keep peace, whose nature is to war. The sun in car of gold draws forth the rosy day, and evening brings the night, when Luna holds her sway. The tides and limits fixed confine the greedy sea, no wave shall overflow the rolling field and lea. And all this chain of things in earth and sea and sky, one ruler holds in hand. If love relaxed the reins, all things that now keep peace would wage continual war and wreck the great machine which unity maintains with motions beautiful. Love, too, holds peoples joined by sacred bond of treaty, and weaves the holy knot of marriage's pure love. Love promulgates the laws for friendship's faithful bond. Oh, happy race of men, if love who rules the sky could rule your hearts as well. And now we're at book 3. I can't see the screen. We're at 4 hours. I'm at just across 5 o'clock, and I think... Sorry my face is so close to you as I peer at my... Yeah, okay. It's time to go inside. Bloopity-doop. Phone's gonna set on fire any second now. It's just... It's gonna burst into flames right in front of me. No! It is hard as shit to get this zipped up for some reason. I don't know why they made it that way. I don't know what they were thinking in their minds. Heart thinking parts, but I wish they hadn't. I wish they'd made it I wish they'd put that part right here. And then that, and whatever. Can't quite get there. I've got like 3 different tunes that are all becoming the same. Okay.
Alright, nerds, let's do this. Move inside. Do a different spot today because there's a family with a little kid playing back there, so she can have the space. That's cool. And I want a cup of soup, so I'll be right back. Oof. Oh, there you go, Gina. You have a very busy life. I got a cookie too. Eat my ass. Is that a coffee or a tea, Gina? Oh yeah, I know that guy. Happiness is when a girl either knows your name or your phone number and is being responsible with the latter, and the kitchen pours way too much soup in your bowl. Overpour my soup, please. Overpour my liquor too. I don't worry that much. This kid's gonna shit herself. Alright, now you get to watch me eat. I know how much all of you love that. I should have given me a fucking bag of chips. How is everyone? Are we getting our midday chores done? Not midday. Our mid-evening chores done? Mid-afternoon? When is it? Who knows? Is the tea emoji more fancy? Is it fancier? I'll break a tooth on this fucking bread though. That's real. I see. That's a T? Those emojis are very small. The glasses aren't for show, I promise you that. Have a nudge? Heard that. I'm having dinner. I should end this video before it gets canned because of this music above me. We're in a lull, Gina. We're at that part of the day where people are going home, finishing up their days at work, and I was just reading, Gina. I'm reading a very challenging book about virtue and living a deliberate life. And thematically, a lot of the things that we've talked about between readings, before readings, have been about what's coming next. So, we're in a lull between people praising me right now, Gina. I'll be back. It's 1 p.m. where you're at? 5 on the East Coast. Yeah, I remember you're an hour behind California because when you first told me what time it was, where you're at, I asked you if you were in the middle of the Pacific or something. Are you in Polynesia? Where are you? I think I guessed Hawaii, but Hawaii is not far enough, or too far west. Just north. There's a whole nation between you and California and Washington and Oregon. There's a whole Canada there. Pathos is just like, what are we, marmalade? I don't know that Cathos is still here, so that was for me. I don't want to know the story, but I want to have heard the story once. wine marmalade took such strays. It's orange. Oh, she's, you know, doing Canada stuff. Oh, Canada, you know. How far in there? How deep in Alaska's butthole are you, Gina? Are we talking like Anchorage? Like, do you have to have dog sleds to get where you're at? And I don't know how Gina lives without a dog named Balto. I don't even want all of this. This is way more than what I wanted. This is cheese. This is gonna hurt me. I'm gonna be in a ton of pain. I'm surprised I didn't get more Balto shout outs. I guess there were only 5 of you here. These women talking about Alaska like it's fucking Vietnam. See it with your own cry balls. Gina just over here dripping heroin in her eyeballs to get out of Alaska. Running through the jungle, just playing at all times in her soundtrack. GNA is actually her call sign. It's not even her real name. ptarmigans? What's a ptarmigan? Is that what happens when you add a cardigan with a Peter? It's like a Peter and a cardigan is a ptarmigan? Well, that would be a ptarmigan. It's a bird for eating. Looks like a dove. Alaska chickens. Heard that. Like a pterodactyl. Alaska chicken is funny to read twice. It's the native eating bird, so it's chicken. Are there wild chickens? Timber chickens? It's funny. I'm not laughing in a condescension. It's funny to me. But it's just like there's a cartoon playing in my head right now, and like the meteor is falling and the last two T-Rexes are standing together and they're like, well, this sucks. And the other one is like, it's not that bad. We survive. We become chickens. I got bad news for you, dudes. It doesn't get that much better for you. Nope, didn't need to read that. Thank you, Gina. It's gonna give me nightmares. Nope. No smoker, but we got this converted outhouse. You're fine, Gina. You are gonna give me nightmares, though.
This cookie is very dense. I spent my last $6 on it though. Irresponsible, but I've eaten today. They wouldn't. That's why I try not to cry, Gina. They wouldn't. Hey, Adrenalina, what's up? Haven't seen you around in a bit. You seem to have changed your profile picture. Are you, Adrenalina? You don't think you're a little young for that? Me too, though, for the record. I don't know, actually. She said she had to do something, look at something. I don't know what that means. Yeah, everything's great. I'm eating a cookie. I just ate a bowl of soup. I got a whole sandwich. I was thinking about going back to the tent, going straight to sleep very soon. What I have done today is actually exhausting. I don't know if I don't need to wind down anymore. I gotta talk to my guy, Mr. S, about that. If you want some, you gotta get it before I finish.
I didn't get this to share at Adrenalina. This is the most decadent cookie I've ever eaten. It hurts me. I can feel my diabetes going, oh no, what have you done? We can handle one Mountain Dew a day, and this is what you've done? Oh, I was going to have it all. You were not going to get here from Albania? Algeria? Albania. We only live once, that's right. I had it, Albania. I said it right the first time. I'm great, Dave. Take care, Adrenalina. I'm doing great, Dave. I'm exhausted. Straight up, I'm tired. How you hanging in there, Dave? I may not have asked. Some of these people condition me with the hello and how they are in the next message. A little tired? Yeah. I've been working today. I've been doing the work part of what I do. And it may not look like that to everyone, but reading these books and reading them well is a lot of work. The fountain is working though. I feel good about that, but I'm tired. As soon as I get back to the tent, I'm gonna fall all the way to sleep. Hey Eric, what up? And then yeah, on top of the normal, it's already I'm at 6 hours today already. I'm not looking for sympathy. I just answered your question. I'm tired. Hey Rachel, I may not you asked the question while I was thinking about it, and I don't know that I'm going to do a wind down for a while. It might take me a while to get back to that. 14 hours is just too many right now. What I'm going through and on my insides, you know, it's not an illness. It'll be fine. Oh, Eric. Eric is the sweetest. Okay, Gina. Don't yell. Oh, I got a sparkly one. Thank you, Eric. Your work week begins on Fridays? Felt like a mammoth of a week. Heard that, Rachel. Last week really got to me, so I'm glad that I could be over it while you were having a bad week. I am graying out like crazy down here. I thought I had a bald top for a second. Nope, these just all showed in gray and blonde. I told you it blondes out. Whatever, dudes. Don't listen to me about my own face. I felt like last week was a lot. It was probably, honestly, from my perspective, it was probably just adjusting to the NFL being added to my schedule. Oh my goodness, Gina, thank you so much for that. I will have a good weekend with that. Thank you for that very much. That's gonna send me to Buffalo Wild Wings on Sunday. I might even have another beer and contemplate canceling the channel when I wake up in the morning rather than admitting that I fell asleep on my face. I didn't even get all the way into my tent. I climbed in and I put my face on my pillow, and then I got my legs inside and I fell asleep with the door, the flap, all of it open. Just face first in my pillow. I was so fucking tired by the time I got back to the tent. I woke up like that, half froze to death. Ah, no permanent damage was done. I wasn't even that uncomfortable. It wasn't that cold. Like, well, no, you can never go back to your channel. You're too embarrassed. Two Yinglings, too. It wasn't even like they were Imperials or stouts. So it's not like they were a huge amount of alcohol. They just put me flat on my ass after that walk home. I didn't take the. I thought to myself, beer is liquid. There's water in the tent. That was a mistake. I'm a little bit embarrassed about it. I didn't want to slosh with all that water in my belly on the walk home, and I got exactly what I deserved. Oh. Yingling's a good beer, though. I'm glad I did it. Just maybe two. Maybe I don't do two for one game next time. Now I know. Okay. I did say I was going to get over myself and go over to that other bench, the other seats, now that that family with their kid is gone, and that lady with her teenager are gone. Look, it's not my fault that she walked out of the house in pants that short. Circle of silence will deny. Heard that. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. I guess if you tipped, leaving your trash on the table is one thing, but if you didn't tip, leaving your trash on the table is scumbag shit. Yeah, I am so full of food right now, mostly carbohydrates. I'll eat my protein when I get back to the tent. Promise. Okay, thank you, Gina. Love you. Thank you for that. I am legitimately tired. I'm not trying to bitch about it. It's unusual that I'm actually tired. It's liberating, though. I don't have to. I used to get back to the tent. I used to get back to the tent before the fountain, before you guys showed up. And I would sit down, get in my spot. My whole body, Greenie. That only makes me feel a little bit watched. Only a little bit, more than normal. Yep, I also forget about that. I don't like to show off my whole body. I'm very tall. I am uncomfortably tall. The girls in high school used to call me freakish. I do know what you mean. I kind of do like this song, but that's it. Could you actually? I don't even know how much of me you could see. I forgot to be self-conscious about it for a second. And then Greenie had to go and say something. Oh, God. I didn't read who said that first. I just saw the unsubbing and I was like, why? What did I do? And then I read the rest of it. Very nice, Rachel. Very nice, Rachel. Damn it. You got me, for real. You got me for real, for real. Scoot your ass over. Yeah, it's warm enough today that it's warm in here. It was warm enough outside today that it's warm in here. You shouldn't be sorry. That was good. You got me for real. I didn't read the name first. I just read I'm unsubbing, and I was like, what? Why? It was just it hit me in waves. Does anybody remember Mike Birbiglia? It just came over me in waves, and I was like, no. Stretch Armstrong ass. Yeah, basically. Mike Birbiglia is one of my favorite comedians. We were talking comedians earlier today. I don't know whatever happened to Birbigs. I don't know if he started doing other things. He's got a lot going on. He made the movie Sleepwalk with me, if you're interested in that. My beard feels different than it felt this time, well, than it's ever felt. I'm going to be thinking and looking at that. I wonder what that's about. You'll come to terms with the fact that I have limbs eventually. The dude who looks nearly albino, I don't think that's Birbiglia. He's not. Jim Gaffigan is very funny. Beyond Pale is one of the best written stand-up acts ever. very funny. Jim Gaffigan is one of my very favorite comedians. He's still funny. His work is still good. But you might notice that I like wholesome comedians. Dudes who can be funny to any audience at any age. And girls, but there are very few of those. Women want to talk about sex too much. To be friendly to a children's audience. And that's an adult woman's prerogative, frankly. Girl children are condescended to in a way that I would absolutely have not tolerated. The Pop-Tarts comedy video, Paula Poundstone, heard that. I don't know the name. She's got the name of somebody who was bullied in grade school, so she's probably actually really funny. She didn't get through kindergarten without somebody making fun of her name. Yeah, you can go Poundstone. And then high school was hard. She probably went to Catholic school with a name like Paula. That's a hard name. That's just a hard life. How do you name your kid Poundstone? How do you keep the name alive? Who do you owe in your ancestry that you keep that name alive? Whatever. I'm sorry I did that. I just had it wasn't nearly as extreme, but has everybody seen the short or the meme of the chick from Smosh, I think, freaking out about something? She goes, "But that's not fair." I'm sorry. Pulls way back. Lovejoy. Take care, Rach. Hope everything's good. Bye for now. I like that. Toodaloo. That's probably not something people actually say. It's probably like a movie thing or like a TV thing. Or maybe people used to say it, but now people only say it ironically. Who knows? And then Toodles just sounds too much like the 1980 version for me to think people actually still say that. Kipper the dog? I don't know that program. Never heard of it. Sorry, homie. Sorry, Greenie. I don't want to watch another football game today. Today's Friday. I can finish tomorrow. Nobody's talking to me about football right now. We've talked about all the games that are interesting, and then I think I've got 2 or 3 games left, and I don't think anybody is going to be mad at me if I skip them. I'm not going to skip them. But through 2 weeks of football, all I've seen is hands catches have got to happen. That's fair. That is old now, isn't it, Greenie? People say old cartoon to me, and I think, in like 1930s, 1950s. Still haven't seen it. I was not engaged in pop culture as a kid. I was allowed video games because my dad insisted on it. But otherwise, I was reading. You still say Toodles? Heard that, Jeremiah. God damn, the sun is just going to be a fucking terror to me today. It's going to do everything it can to be right in my face and in my eyes. You see this? It's right in that window. It's my fault. That's fair, Rachel. I'm not old shaming people who forgot that it's not the 1990s or who insist that it remain the 1990s. I'm not. I might make fun of you when you're not looking, or to see if you are looking, but I don't mean it. It's okay. I forget it's not. I forget it's not 2016 all the time. 2018. No, 28. Yeah, 2018 was the last time things were really good for me. So sometimes I'll wake up and it's like, it's 2016, right? I'm sorry, Jeremiah. I can't. I just can't with college. I get it. I understand wanting me to like it, but I just can't. I'll keep half an ear open, and if you want to talk about it, sure. I know how inconvenient this medium can be. Um, but so few of the skills translate, and I'm not even sure that the fucking NIL money is going to translate. I still love this song. What are you talking about, Greenie? Lyrically, though, I don't know if you've ever listened to the lyrics. She's a little bit codependent. Her parents need to be concerned. Maybe her friends need to be concerned. And here's hoping that he's not a scumbag who's going to take advantage of her, but, whatever. It was the 90s. It's way too early in the day for me to be this tired. It's 6 o'clock. I look dumb when I hold my fingers like this. Huh. Maybe that's why people look at me in public. Maybe I'm constantly making like weird faces. Oof. Maybe that's why people stare at me. Maybe I don't know I'm making weird faces. Naps are hard for me, Greenie. It's hard for me to do anything after a nap. But I could always just hit 45 minutes or something. I'm just evaluating my brain and my body for wellness. Yeah, the plan is to play Schedule 1 all day tomorrow, and then Sunday I will do something NFL related through the Discord, and I'll figure something out. I'll figure something out for YouTube as far as I could stream Minecraft, or I'll figure something out. It's been a while since I've played it's been a while since I've played any of my JRPGs too. Heard that, Greenie. It's been a while since I've been able to play any of my JRPGs. For whatever reason, the screencast. Yeah, I can't do anything after. I will wake up dizzy and nauseous and no motivation after a nap. I'm just like, oh, okay, let's just do the real thing and get 8 hours, and then I heard that, Jeremiah. I apologize because I genuinely feel a way about not being able to commiserate with college fans. Yeah, naps leave me feeling miserable. Oh my God, why did I do that? If I'm gonna like, if I know I'm doing nothing, like on a day off, I'll nap literally all day. I don't know if I finished answering your question, Gina. Screencasting from my phone to YouTube hasn't been working, so I'll figure it out. I'm the same way, Greenie. That's part of why I've been trying to avoid the air conditioning, is I'm concerned that the air conditioning is going to actually have me nodding off in here. Well, I'm glad that I'm not describing something that no one else has ever experienced. But I'll figure something out, Gina. Hey, welcome back, Zoinks. Zoinks. The heat on in the car will absolutely put you to sleep, Greenie. Yeah, me too. Yeah, it'll have to be the Discord. For Saturday, for schedule one, it has to be the Discord. Um, I'm just being indecisive, Gina. I'll figure something out. I have a whole bunch of games I've never played before, and that might make more sense than another game that I've played a whole bunch. Sorry, I'm zoning way into shit that's not you guys, and that's rude. I'm very sorry. All is well. That's why. Everything's good. I've got food. Yeah. It's not that I'm bored. Certainly I'm not. I'm actually not bored. And I have outlets. If I were bored, I could read again. I could pop open the laptop. I have outlets. I have creative outlets. I'm thinking about how I've got this memory card. I've got this SanDisk that will allow me to record things on my phone and put them on my laptop to upload to an era when I'm here. And so I just kind of got lost thinking about nothing I can do right now. But that's how I think. That's how I plan. It's like working a giant 3D puzzle, or like one of those. Did you ever play like the puzzle games where you're trying to get water through the pipes and you can only rotate the pipe tiles, or you have like pipe tiles and you can rotate them, or you can swap them around, or however the rule sets work for the particular game. You're trying to get fluid from one end of a pipe system to another. That's kind of how I conceptualize my work, my time management. So I'm trying to serve the maximum number of you at the same time. And I might have an idea. It's just about electricity. And my breakdown might do it. Just do it. I'll be a better man. Yeah. Hey, Rach. I was helicoptering just seconds ago. You must have just missed it. Hey, Carl, what up? From his head to his toes, yo. Merv Griffin? I don't know what that is. It's a Wild West saloon. Hey, that's exciting, Rach. Weighs this wrench, sort of. I prefer you didn't use it. I don't really feel like explaining it again today. I feel like I've explained it every single day for like 20 days. That's exciting, Rach. Today, not today. High school football is today. Yeah, there are actually rules like within the Senate. There are like federal laws that the NFL is not allowed to compete with NCAA or high school football for time. So that game in Brazil on Friday had to jump through some hoops in order to be aired on a Friday. Oh, that's exciting, Rach. I'm glad to hear that. is impossible to explain. I collect Rachels from around the world. They were she was Jacob's favorite wife, so I figure. What the hell? Those are two very different things. God forbid I shag either of them. That was fun. Indeed, Carl. Indeed. You don't know why. Yeah, that was pretty funny. Just clutching his pearls over here. God forbid you shag. Find my place in between. I don't know what that means, Carl. I'm good, Logan. How are you? Doing great, dude. Very tired. It's been a long one. We're just crossing 7 hours, give or take. Glad to hear it's your weekend. Good to hear it, Logan. Stoked for you. Lord, send me the strength to get up and make something to help me stay awake. That's funny. Tonight, probably not, Zoinks. I'm probably gonna, when I get back to the tent, I'm gonna yoink out. I am so fucking tired, dude. Maybe, if the screencast works with YouTube, maybe. But it hasn't been working, so I haven't been able to play Final Fantasy V. So, maybe. But unlikely. I'm gonna hit 8 hours and I'm gonna clock out and I'm gonna go clock out. I'm gonna go all the way to sleep. I'll figure it out. For whatever reason, YouTube's screencast doesn't work. It's not giving me audio. So I'm in the process of figuring it out. I don't have quite enough Wi-Fi to upload live to YouTube on my laptop. And I just haven't felt like dealing with it after dark, frankly. And I didn't today. I read a bunch today. So maybe, probably not tonight. Definitely tomorrow. Because tomorrow is college football. So I'm not gonna try to get people to sit around and think about deep, heavy shit while college or NFL football is happening. I'm not competing with the entertainment giants in our market, our media market. So we'll play something. I'll figure it out. But yeah, if the screencast, if the audio remains broken, it could be a while until that's fixed. Till I can stream on YouTube again. Morning, Johnny. How you doing? Yeah, I'm coming up on my year anniversary homeless, so I'm just exploring it, celebrating it is the word that other people would say, and in a uniquely me way. I'm good. Glad to hear that you're doing well, Johnny. That's great. That's great. Yeah. What up, Strange? Maybe it was the sugar. Maybe I shouldn't have put sugar in my body. What is that? Yeah, we stick together, Rachel. Oh, there's a pretzel. cook, Carl? What is closer than kin? Oh, we can stick together closer than kin. Okay. What's up, bud? How you doing? A more perfect union indeed, Carl. You all right, man? It's hard to get on a wavelength with you. Strength in numbers, the kitchen, the coffee. We have to be careful not to be too hilarious or I will be blamed for her spitting it on the wall again. A lot of people said that it's hard to get on a wavelength with you because you're strange. Has it ever occurred to you to maybe get on a wavelength with other people and remain on it for longer than 7 seconds? Well, that's why I asked if you ever thought about getting on a wavelength with other people. You're beginning to think you don't know how radio waves work, Carl. Rachel. Not even safe off the stream. Then the work is being really done. I don't know what question who is in reference to, Carl. I need to be more cognizant that people are reading those now. Sometimes my wit is biting and mean. Who is we, Carl? How many people am I talking to? That might be why you have such a problem getting on any one particular wavelength. You have DID, Carl? There's no shame in that. But if you do, I would like to know that. Uh-huh. Yeah, that sounds like something I've said. That would explain why there was a like on some of those. It wasn't too hot, no, Hunter. I just had to come inside. I don't know what that means, Carl. I mean, if they had a dinner menu, this store would definitely be on their dinner menu right now. Breakfast was a bunch of hours ago. 6 of them? 7? What time is it? 6 o'clock? Yeah, breakfast was 7 or 8 hours ago, bro. Depending on whether they end at 10:30 or 11. I don't actually know. They might end breakfast at noon. I just say good morning to people who say good morning to me. Not everybody is in the same time zone as I am, Carl. Someone greeted me with a good morning, so I said good morning in return. Because what am I going to say? Nah, it's actually good evening. No. You're the kind of person who is rude enough to correct people when they greet you in friendship. I am not. I have manners. Class. Big dick. And think? Okay, Carl. Don't hurt yourself. Start slow. Hello, Mrs. Bow. How are you? I'm good, Mrs. Bowe. Everybody that's asking, I'm telling the truth. I'm very tired. So this is the wind down portion of today's show. In fact, this might be the wind down show you get. I should have cut to a different show when I came inside. Alec, you're allowed to yell at me for having not done that. I should have. I knew I should have, and then I didn't, and then I should have, because this is thematically, emotionally, it's a different environment than it was 5 hours ago. I didn't realize I was going to be this tired. I hope what's kept you away is good things. Things you're happy to have experienced. Maybe not happy. Maybe content is the better word. You're content. It's early still in the day. It's only like 6 p.m. But yeah, this video is 6 hours long, and I did an hour and a half, almost 2 hours earlier. I'm coming up on 8 hours. Actually, if I did an hour I'm coming up on 8 hours. I'm like right at 7 hours. And I read a whole bunch today. We read the first 2 books in the introduction to Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy. And we held probably about maybe an hour, all said and done. Pretty intense philosophical conversation today. We had some really good talk. Some really good talk. And I'm bushed. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm just articulating. It's like almost 7 maybe. Yeah, it's 6:30. We were supposed to read Watership Down when I was in middle school, and I didn't read it, no. It is almost October. 2 weeks. It flies when you're having fun, doesn't it, Gina? Welcome back. Time is distorted? I don't think that's true. Time is distorted. Your perception of time is distorted by your enjoyment of the thing you're doing, yeah. That can be true. If that's what you're trying to say. Yeah, Rachel was really stuck in London. Rachel was really struggling yesterday, or on Wednesday. She shows up with a great big happy Thursday, stops, reads what she said. Oh, fuck. I do that all the time. Sure, Carl. My landlord. I remember, Rachel. I'm glad you're well now. I do it all the time. Lose what track of day it is. Hey, happy Thursday, you guys. Dude, it's Monday. Shit. Oh no, I know the difference. I just didn't know what today is. We're glad you made it through, Rachel. I'm glad all of you made it through. Sort of, Carl. Sort of. It costs me money to live. coming up, Rachel. Depends on what you think of. I guess it depends on what you define important as. Time important to you in what way, Carl? What does important mean? And then what do you mean by time? Do you mean time in the future? Why are you spending it with me? Juice World? No, I've never heard of that. What's that, Logan? No, wouldn't have known. Never heard of him. Dying, it seems to be what rappers do, so it's not my bag. You doing all right, Debbie? Did you, Gina? You made me another, okay. You named your second son Logan, Carl? I'm doing all right, Deborah. I'm very tired, and I had a... Heard that, Gina. I will be checking that out shortly. I thought I was going to do another half hour after I hit 6 for this video, but I can't. I don't have it in me. I'm nodding off. I'm not being interesting. I'm not being good conversation. Turkey sandwiches can make you tired, yes. So can sugar. My body's processed. I just dumped a whole bunch of sugar in my body. So my body is working to process that. I need to get up. I need to move around. I need to get my heart pumping. I need to go get cigarettes. tomorrow I plan to spend the whole day playing something. Schedule one is what it usually is. I need to get in, and I know how to do it now. I looked. I know how to automate, and I need to do that. I want to do that, and so I need to do that. But I'm exhausted. Just between you, me, and the kitchen sink, I'm fucking wiped out. So we're gonna do 10 minutes of thank yous and goodbyes. Alec, Alex Smith, and Rach provide these fountains. The early fountain I always dedicate to Alec. I didn't say goodbye this morning because lunch and stuff. I didn't properly do this, but it's always provided to you by Alec. The early one, the second one is always provided to you by Rach. Mr. S provides anything that I do after 8 p.m. And those three deserve big thanks, especially in the comments from the future, so they can see them. Today's been a different kind of show. I know you guys like the gaming stuff. And my profile, I did say I wasn't going to be doing that with this channel anymore. I need to just change that. But I don't want to be known as a gamer. I do want to be known for the not if I can help it, Carl. I do want to be known as good conversation. I do want to be known for the reading. I want to be known for giving work away for free, giving my art away for free. And the video games are someone else's art, and the best that I can do is engage in their art in a unique and idiosyncratic way. Not for free, Carl. Go fuck yourself for free. And so that's where I'm at right now, trying to figure out how I can enrich your lives for free. I have a bunch of books I want to read, and we have these video games. I have a bunch of video games. The thing is, outside of Civ, which has given me trouble that I don't understand right now, and Schedule 1, and I need to just play I need to just play Brotato, because I know Brotato works. I can play Brotato for the YouTube tomorrow, probably. Whether I can see the chat or not will be what we get to learn. But I'll try that. You started watching Futurama? That's my favorite show, OPM. Your face is ugly, Carl. The Discord solitaire game has terrible graphics. Heard that. Yeah, and I've thought about that too. We could do like a trivia. They have like games and stuff in the voice chat. We could do something like that sometime. Organize something like that when I've got 10 or so of you around or whatever. And you're bored and want to hang out in a real kind of way, do a real group activity, we can do something like that. I will be the least engaged at first, but then we'll get into it. We'll figure it out. It's not like I don't have time. Yeah, thank you guys. There is an MLM. I don't know, I don't want to out him. I played Hades, yeah, I beat Hades. Just about. I think I did like 85% of the content in Hades. Hades is a great game. I had it on Switch. And what I was saying, I don't want to be known for the gaming. I have to work on my idiosyncratic gameplay, that stuff. That means when I play these narrative games, I have to really lean hard into appreciating the narrative, which means I have to voice act it, or I have to take the piss all the way out of it. And that's just not something that I've practiced doing yet. So I have indecision, and when I have indecision, I do nothing. So I don't make nothing but mistakes. Move slow, then move with a sense of urgency once you know your way around the kitchen. Kind of like what we were talking about with sports. Even if the rim goes up, practice. I used to, Zilch. Trading card games are very expensive. But I tend to like card-based video games, like Slay the Spire is something that I wanted to play for the channel. Oh, Brotato is my fucking shit, Mrs. Bo. Are you trying to play like... There are so many different kinds of roguelike. Hades of the isometric bullet hells, Hades is the best, but Enter the Gungeon, I think is what it's called, is really good. Slay the Spire is good. It's a different kind of roguelite. Brotato is my favorite. There are so many. Oh, heard that, Zilch. Zoinks. By another name. Heard that, Zilch. And I guess I've got my 30 likes. So once I hit 30 likes, I'm like, all right, I'm done. I'm getting $40 on a lunch shift. Like, $40. That's all I needed to go have lunch. Well, I have videos. I have gameplay of Brotato here on the channel. This is Bo. It's one of my very favorite games of all time. Brotato is amazing. For me, I love it. I might go play it right now, actually. No, Rico, never. Why would I smoke weed? Do I even look like the kind of person who would smoke weed? What a weird question. The blasphemy in this song is weird. Crypto's for dumb people. You guys are allowed to like crypto. Hey Monroe, what's up? Take care, Rach. The reading was my pleasure. Take care. Be well. Enjoy your game. Okay. Very cute. Thank you for your kind words, Monroe. Never had a girl give me flowers before. Yeah, I almost forgot that I told you guys I was going to go to bed here once we hit the top of the hour. I'm like that. Just sit here. Do actually nothing, even though I don't like it about myself. I had a different childhood, man. You deserve flowers, Monroe. Rachel likes me. Rach likes me despite myself. I don't know why. But some of you guys are really cool. Most of you guys are really cool. I don't really engage with people. Why do they cost money to send? Because they throw that little image up on the screen. They're just another way for people to, they're a way for people to send me money, but they're also just another way for YouTube to monetize the live experience. There are people out there in the world. There are people out there in the world with ADHD. And they're the gift, Gina. And it works out about the same. I get money for those. I don't get as much as the raw cash, but both, Gina, both. You buy a certain number of rubies or whatever with real money, and then you can use those rubies to buy those things, and then those things give me a percentage of whatever the ruby's value is. I wasn't making fun of Rachel's ADHD. I was saying that other people use it because they hang out in lives and they're bored, and it's a way. It's just another way for the people who like a stream to get attention, positive attention from the other people watching it. So like if you don't want a super chat or you don't want a super like or you already have, it's just like that. Rach sent happy poop, and then everybody gets to see this little happy poop icon pop up on their screen, and it's just cute and fun. It's a cute, fun way to, literally the way YouTube sells it is as a cute and fun way to interact with the stream and one another. It's really, the idea is supposed to be for her to put something up for you guys to see and be like, oh, that's funny. Oh my God. Thank you, Monroe. That's a lot of money. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, big W's for Monroe. I appreciate that. Here I am about to end a shift. Here I am about to end the show, and you guys hit me with so much love right at the end. You guys, you keep finding new ways to surprise me. It's really great being your techno shaman. Thank you guys. That was very nice. Thank you, Monroe. Thank you for valuing what I have to teach. Thank you, really. Absolutely. Thank you. Really. Thank you. This was supposed to be the end of the show. So thank you. I think I have all my stuff packed up. I do. I have everything but my stand packed up. I have my stand packed up until the hearts and everybody has had their opportunity to say their goodbyes, basically. I'm Midwest, okay? I can't help it. The goodbyes are the longest part of the show. I always thought that my grandma should just start saying goodbye when she got there, and then we could leave on time. Okay, Monroe. I did a reading today. I read the first two books and the introduction to Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy. Gina's like, I have to start saying goodbye before I get there. She doesn't RSVP. She says goodbye, s'il vous plaît. Au revoir, s'il vous plaît. Oh my God! Please just say goodbye and leave. That's the goal, Munra. Sometimes I'm in my feelings and I let myself express my anger, but the goal is to also let you guys see me get back to zero so you can see that it is possible. So thank you. Alright, I'm gonna duck out now. I've been saying goodbye for a half hour. I love you guys. Be well. Munra, please, be well. Don't think I'm DB Coopering. I've been saying goodbye for an hour. I'll be back later, probably tomorrow. If you see me tonight, you'll know that I was live or wherever I was through the... Hey, take care, KJ. You'll know through the Patreon and the Discord. Thank you very much, guys. As always, this has been a humbling performance. Be well.